Okay. Oh, hi Shelley. How are you? Hope you're well. I basically finished off the bedrooms. And I have one more little decoration idea to do. And then I think we're done. Just put in the food and just something I haven't been happy with here. These empty windows. I think I'll put them in, but I think we should be able to get it done. Hi Young. Hi, how are you? Hope you're well. Hi Terry. I'm not so bad. Yeah, not too bad. Yeah, it was a little bit weaker, let's say, yesterday and definitely the day before, but I'm starting to bounce back somewhat. So, not too good. Or not too bad, I should say. Doing good. That's good to hear, Young. The humidity here is murdering me, Shelley. It's 95. Absolutely murdering me. And that's, outside. Very hard to breathe with this humidity. Freezing, yeah? 95, I just checked it. In my area, Terry. I thought it was about 90-ish, but 95. It was 85 last night. It's all the stupid rain. You know? Oh. I'll show you what I want to do. We're almost done with this one. You see these guys? I'm going to go to the trouble of placing one. I know there's a lot to do, but I think it would be ultimately worth it. And I'll show you how they look. But I think it's the last little thing we need here, especially here in this garden area. It's always been a bit Spartan here, around the edges. But the one good thing is, as we ascend, each one will get smaller. It's freezing. Oh, really? Oh, it's pretty, I don't know. I'm absolutely burning up, guys. 95. Did you check the humidity where you are, Terry and Shelley? The cold, the heat is not too bad for me. But once it's high humidity, I tend to burn up, Oh, well, thank you, Terry. That's the only thing really I just can't cope with, humidity. I suppose South America will be out of the question for me. So, definitely none here. Although, to be honest, I am tempted, but do I want this kind of hassle? We'll get these ones in, and then we'll see. So, the larger leaf there, that one, to the back, and we'll line it up to this, here. Well, this is definitely going to keep us occupied, I'd say. I don't know, I had a look at it earlier, and I think Yeah, I think it will be worth it. Basically something like that. You know, with each one. And it's an ideal opportunity to line them, you see that? 2 dots on each one. I think we'd actually get away with this. My only problem would be, making sure it's at the right level. There, staying out about that much. Something like that. I think it works. 16, 17 here. Raining now. The last time I looked at it was 17. But it's raining. It's every time it's raining. No problem, Terry. Hi, Phoenix. Hi, how are you? Hope you've been well. No, I'm pretty good with extreme heat, extreme cold. But it's the humidity at night that really kills me. But I finished my bedrooms, guys. And now we're just working on the last little thing that I want to do on this. I know there's going to be a ton of them. But I think it will be worth it for the gardens. It's always been kind of too plain for me here. And after having a quick look at this, I think this is what we need. So, each window done like that. I know, there's tons of them. But it's the only way we're going to get any greenery here. And I think it's totally worth it. Just takes the eye off the empty corners. Oh, fine, thanks. Hope you've been well, Phoenix. So, that's our little thing. We'll do this the second we have this done. I'll start putting in my food and mortar and stuff. I have a spot here. I'll just remove the pieces and we'll load them in. Oh, yeah, hang on. I'll save this because I finished the bedroom. I was on for a little bit today and yesterday. So, I think I've done everything I can with that, to be honest. So let me save here. And I'll show you how I finished it. There's a few doors I'll have to put as I'm going up, let's say, but you see, just gotta put that one back on. So each of the bedrooms are done like this. So this is the new look. I was too tired last time, I couldn't think straight. And I just put this top thing in, kind of canopy. So that's basically, and got the armor racks finished. Got a lot of beds to scrap as well. So that's our finished rooms. So we should have 16 beds. I'm good, thanks. Oh, hi Kim. Oh, fine. Hope you're doing well also, Kim. Taking a break from work and streaming. Nice, getting some rest. Fine. I'm a little bit better today. These last 2 days, it was a little bit weak and under the weather. What's the humidity like where you are, Kim? Here it's 95. It's murdering me. I've never done well, let's say, on high humidity because of all the rain here. Yeah, we've got a lot. Last night it wasn't too bad. It was 85. But it's 95 now where I am. And I did a little bit of a makeup on this. Something new on that, and the same on the other one, and just a few touch-ups. But all the bedrooms are finished. Well, that's the best we're ever going to get on those, I think. A little bit of a touch-up on that as well. But most importantly, you know, we finished our 4 bedrooms. And that's how the bedroom will look. 92, 95 here. Hmm. Hmm. It is, isn't it? We've always had high humidity at night. But it never used to be this way. I can remember back 3 decades ago, it was more balanced out, but it's always high now. I've never done pretty good with humidity. How about you, Kim? Oh, hi, Godman. Thanks for following. Appreciate it and welcome. I've taken a good bit in time off work this week. Cool. Needed a break. Oh, totally, yeah. Yeah, I've been very tired lately as well. Yeah, it's best not to waste it as well, Kim. You know, get some rest and, you know, do some nice things. Get your mind off. Yeah. It's easy, you know, when you take time off or you get time off work to kind of squander it a bit. Make sure and spend it on you, Kim. Oh, sorry. I'll show you what we've been doing. We're almost finished. I just got to get my settlers in and a little bit more decoration. And I'll show you what we're building. We're doing this on the Xbox, Godman. And we're doing it with 3 main building mods: Snappy House, USO, and SOE. I do these guys from the ground up, let's say from scratch. But this one so far has taken me, let me see, 96, 120 hours. It'll probably be more like 130 by the time I'm finished, which is not bad, you know, for a build this size. Actually, I'll sleep till it gets a little bit later. I did the lighting here. I'm just finishing off the last details on this here. On the sides. Where's that bed? It's down here somewhere. But this is like a kind of Mayan step pyramid build. I have Amazonian costumes, so we'll be bringing in, you know, all female settlers in this one. Doesn't usually bother me. Oh, humidity kills me, yeah. Yeah, and it really affects my sleep. Yeah, hard work, Cherry. Just relaxing, sleeping, eating, catching up. Yeah, totally that's the way to do it. Make sure and get some rest in, Kim. Yeah, and that can be hard. Not here. Not here. You see, with any pyramid, you've got to start off big and then it will successively get smaller. But building outside of the build area would be a bit of a no-mo. The settlements, the biggest settlement I built was Spectacle Island. That's a ridiculous size, Godman. Especially for Xbox. But that one we used about 90% of the island. That one is a huge cathedral. But I have, well, not really higher, to be honest, but bigger, let's say. And the single cell settlements I like working on, they're pretty stable. I haven't got my settlers in for obvious reasons, but once I finish here, I'll start bringing them in and assigning them. We always put up a settlement sign as well. Let's say we named a settlement, and then, you know, some of the viewers watching, we would pick a tag and we would put that tag up. Kind of posterity. And this is our sign this time. We call this one, I think aptly, we call it El Dorado. And this one is for a good friend of mine, Granny Vats. Now inside, although bear in mind we haven't it fully finished yet. Oh, I think he came. But I decided came to go with some of these because it was a little bit Spartan on the windows. So I'll be pushing them in later. So, two large gardens here, Goodman. Those will be pushed to the side a little later. And we have this kind of fountain here. And basically this one here, the beds I'll scrap later, is exactly the same as the other side. I like symmetry. We've got a moat here that goes all around this main structure. And of course I've used the Nuka World stuff here, kind of simulating a kind of starry sky. Very Egyptian. This moat actually feeds the other pools. Well, it doesn't, but I want it to look that way. And then out here, where it comes out here, like so, which in turn feeds those three here, and obviously the ones at the side. So I've just gone with two large trees here, small gardens and pools here. Even went to the trouble, let's say, in here. We've got our shrine here. So this is our Amazonian goddess shrine. Yeah, a little waterfall. You know, that's apparently feeding, you know, the other ones. So this is our shrine. And then inside, there's still a few bits to do. It's at the stage of the build now, Godman, where it's kind of slow and repetitive. You know, the little stuff like candles, flowers, trays. The main structure goes up pretty quickly. It is, but it can get annoying if you're working around it for a long time. Okay. So here, and this is our sacrificial chamber. And of course, you know, we've got to have an altar. And I'll have an NPC in here later. This leads out, and as I said, the beds I'll be scrapping later, to just a large walkway that goes all the way around. You know, another stairs down here, and again the walkway. Our main staircase leads up to the bedrooms, armor room. It's still doing a little bit here, so I decided to leave that door off. So we've got some armor here, some more flowers. The bedrooms are exactly alike, so we needed something to blend in this. This was basically the best we could do with the pieces I have. So all the 4 bedrooms look like this, so about 16 settlers. Oh, hi Jill. Hi, how are you? Hope you're well. Something like that. Oh, I've got to scrap that as well. So basically the same here with the bedrooms. So I finished the bedrooms. I spent some time yesterday and today on those. Some small changes here. Yeah, some changes on the bedrooms as well. And some small changes here, which I think looks a little better. This in turn here leads up to our throne. What a little touch of Edgar Allan on that one. which in turn leads up to a little offering area, I suppose. And right at the top, we have this tiny garden. And again, we went with the crows on this one. So that's everything, Godman, and I've done so far. Oh, good. Chilling, ready for bed. Cool. Yes, I finished the mold gel. This is the best I could do. I just couldn't think straight. I wasn't feeling too well last time we were here. But I did a little bit more on this. You can see the 4 candles I put on the side, which I think kind of suits it a bit better. I've done that on both of those. There. I've also added 3 on this, which I think now looks a lot better. The bedrooms all look like this. You know how I always do the same in every bedroom. I put in these top pieces here. I went with these, actually. They were the best of the bad lot. These, I decided to take out the pieces and snap them perfectly, so they line up instead of that guesswork I was doing. Yeah, it's coming along. So this is the bedroom. And the other 3 are exactly alike. So we're basically done up here. The only thing now I want to do is, let's say under every X, I want to pop in, one of those plants, those nern roots. And I think that would be nice, just to get the empty look from it. I know it's not a small job because there's a lot of these to do, but I think it would go quite quickly. And I think it's worth it, for the look. And I'll show you what I intend to do with them. That's if I can ever get back down. And then all I've got to do is get my food and water in. You remember that part in the middle? Here. Right under this. We'll be able to get the food and stuff in there. I'll show you what I want to do. I know there's a lot of them, but I think that's what we need for a finished job. You know what I mean? Instead of looking at that empty railings. Just to give it that little bit more green. Oh, hi, Husky Offset. And why, thank you. Yeah, it's coming along. So I think for the amount of work we put into it, guys, I think putting these plants in here beneath each of these X's to just give a little bit more volume to a pretty empty area, I think it will be worth. It will be worth the graft. Yeah, it was a bit, I couldn't put in big plants and it was looking a little bare. But it's not a small job because there's a lot to do, Then I'll start doing my food and then we can bring in 16 settlers easy, I'd say. And that will be to finish it out and then we'll pick another settlement. So probably will take anywhere, Joe, from maybe 130 to 140. It's still not a bad time. Remember the fix-up we did on Croup Manor? That took almost 100 hours. So this is a big build. Yeah, this is a big one. I might even go with the plants here on the far side. Or maybe something different, but to be honest, I think I want to leave those out. And just, let's say, with the outside. So, yeah, lucky NPCs. That metal, bronze and gold. Yeah, it's from a mod called Snappy House Kit, Xbox, Husky Offset. It's not really meant for this. It's meant to be a kind of canopy on a balcony. Yeah, it had, but it was small, so we got through it kind of quickly. It's not really meant for this. but you can use them, let's say, like this with a bit of work. Mm. Mm. That was fun, wasn't it? Oh my God, we laughed so much on that one. This one is kind of, let's say, not as awkward, I suppose, but much more graft involved. Right, so, oh, hang on, I didn't show, I showed you this already, didn't I, Husky offset? Sorry if I didn't. But that's what it looks like, let's say, from the outside. I forget if I've showed it or not. Didn't have much sleep today, so I'm still a bit out of it. Hmm. Trying to count the mass of this building in my brain. Not that difficult to build, really, if you've got the time and the patience. Mostly time. Mostly time. As it's just some basics you gotta learn about the level you're coming in from the very start of the settlement. The rest, let's say, is just your style or whatever imagination you want to put into it. You know? It's not bad. It's definitely original. I can show you one Husky offset I did in, which is my quickest. I did that in just under 46 hours. But that one is much different. Um, that one, have you ever seen a movie Congo? It's quite good. If you haven't seen it, I would recommend it. Um, it's kind of roughly based on that. The lost city of Zinj, King Solomon's mines, the killer gorillas guarding it. Pretty good movie. It's kind of fun. Yeah, kind of step pyramid. We just did what we could with the pieces we had and did the best we could with them. Mm. Yes. Ah, I love that movie. It did have a small part from the king of the B movies, Bruce Campbell. I'll show you that one because you've seen the movie. You know where I was going with this. I did the best I could again with the pieces I had, but we got through it pretty quickly. Hmm. Oh, yeah, especially each mod can be a bit finicky. You know, it's just a matter of having patience with it and finding ways to counteract the problems. The beds I'll be scrapping later. This one was quick by my standards, and we built this one at Sunshine Tidings. It does, it reminds me a lot too. It's the colouring. It's definitely the colouring. Now, I just grabbed some soda, guys, and then I'll show you this one. I did the best I could with it, Husky offset, but I'll show you what I've done. Now, humidity here is brutal, so I'm a little bit dehydrated. So it's surrounded by this large boulder wall. And that sign lights up later, King Solomon's Mines. This one was for Roadrunner. I hope she's okay. I haven't seen her in ages and months. She's probably busy with work or hopefully she's not ill. So we used every inch of this settlement. I couldn't scrap the buildings here. So what I did was I made my flooring, my base, very high just to get above the buildings. Bit jumpy here until we get inside the cell. Here we go. So this is our entrance in. And that's our gorillas, although they don't look very vicious. This is our temple. Well, it's pretty small. That's the best we could do. Of course, we have a little base camp as well. But this just took 46. It was pretty quick. But remember, that would be 46 as I'm streaming, so, you know, I'll be doing settlement tours, so you could probably knock, if I was doing it without streaming, probably 10 or maybe even 15 hours off that. It goes pretty quick. This is our little base camp. But if you don't have to decorate inside of buildings, it goes quick. So we have 5 explorers here, so, you know, 5 sleeping bags, 5 rucksacks.
If you work, you eat. It's as simple as that.
And of course we need our communications.
Ain't looking
I
for trouble, I hope.
purposely dressed this guy a little bit like Indiana Jones. And we do have the bullwhip. Of course there's supplies and communications
If
here.
you ain't been up to see Grey Garden, you should go. Whole place is run by robots.
Farming's as honest
So
as
that's our little
it gets.
base camp. This looks pretty decent at night. So over here, of course we have to have the waterfall, which feeds this moat, which totally surrounds this center area. We did manage to fill it with fish and do all the plants, which took some time. And here, let me see if I can jump up. I tried to make it kind of, you know, overgrown looking. Ah, come on. There it is. Like this. Now, we didn't have any diamonds, obviously, so the best I could do is the crystal pieces from the workbench. It would collapse if I tried to make... I'm just doing this on Xbox. The secret is, when you're doing this, Husky Offset, sleep from 8 PM to 10 AM within the settlement, giving the game, the engine, time to catch up with what you've done. It gives a little reset to the workbench also. And do your utmost when you're building not to move outside the build area, to reset it again as you're working. You'll be surprised, you know, what you can get away with. But you can't miss once, you gotta keep it up, you know. The fast travelling away, getting materials is a no-go. You'd get away, I know exactly how many you'd get away with. You get away with 5 to 7 settlements like this and then you're in trouble. But this is just an Xbox I'm doing on this. So, that's what we've done here. This, of course, if you remember from the movie, the gorilla feeding ground. You remember the bone pile where they found Bruce's body on? This is our version of it. And then, let's say, remember when that greedy guy went back? The guy from Legend with Tom Cruise. What was his name again? I think he's retired now from acting. Yeah, he went back and got killed. So this kind of reminds me of that area here. Now we do have a diamond mine. Oh, why thank you, Alfie, I said. Yeah, it was so much fun, wasn't it? After I built this, I rewatched it again. I hadn't watched it in ages. So something like this. We do have a diamond mine. So it's a bit of a cliche, but it's hidden. But we put the entrance here behind the waterfall. We've hidden it. But as I said, it's best to see all of this at night. I do put a bit of time into the lighting as well. I think it's kind of important in these settlements. I forget that guy's name. He was the demon in Legend, let's say, with Tom Cruise, that 80s movie. There was rumours he died there during the pandemic, but he didn't. But there's always rumours, isn't there? So that's the lighting at night. Oh yeah, so E-lighting is kind of intense, so this, you know, it's quite bright. And of course our diamond mine. This mine kind of reminds me of the caves, the dungeons in New Vegas. And this is our hidden diamond mine. It's not very big, but we've even got a shovel. These boulders are pretty hard on the engine on the cell. And we've used a lot. My first plan was to totally engulf this entire settlement like a large cavern. That would have been awesome. But I knew the cell wouldn't hold, you know. Tim Curry, that's the guy. Tim Curry, yep, that's the guy. Love that guy acting. Oh, hi Cord. Oh, fine, thanks, and I hope you're doing well also. How have you been? Oh, hi Jelly. How are you? Hope you've been well. Oh, I'm fine, thanks, Jelly, and I hope you're doing well also. Hope you had a good day. And you too, Cord. So that's our mind. But yeah, Tim Curry, that's the guy. He played the demon in Legend. But actually Tim kind of made the movie for me, to be honest. That Congo movie. The rest was pretty standard if it wasn't for Tim. And thanks for that follow, Husky Offset. Appreciate it. And welcome. But that's what I've done so far. Now, I'll tell you what I'll do. I'll show one more, which isn't actually a settlement. It's a player home. I've only ever done this twice. And that's home plate in Diamond City. But we've made that one a home, a player home. The problem with home plate is the scripting. Even in vanilla, without mods, a lot of stuff doesn't work there. It's very, very restrictive. It's kind of like Boston Airport and the Mechanist layer. Exactly the same. You know, even in vanilla, a lot of stuff cannot be used, won't even show up on your inventory. But lucky for us, SOE was working, so we managed to kind of improvise it a bit. Oh, no problem. I'm sorry about that. Doing good. Nice. Yeah. I was saying, I hope you had a good day, Court. So I'll show that one and then we'll get back to building on North Hagen Beach. But this one is our little player home. Home plate. Mostly SOE stuff. And welcome back, Phoenix. Oh, I'm still building at North Hagen. We're trying to finish up the last few pieces. But I was showing Husky. I was showing him or her the last few settlements I did. You know, some of the other stuff. I finished my Minutemen. Oh, nice historical museum settlement at Coastal Cottage. I might upload it to YouTube. Oh, that's cool. And you can always take a screenshot and post it on Discord if you'd like to as well, Court. Oh, that's cool. So here, this is our entrance back to Diamond City. You know, just the two doors. I've hidden my workbench here. We're severely restricted for what we could use here. Obviously some clothing here. Now this is a Piper, McCready and Hancock outfit on these. You know, we can access those from there, so that's our clothing section. Now out here is mostly for display. Magazines, weapons, and bobbleheads, stuff like that. So we've got our magazine racks. We've got the Deliverer, the Wastelander's Friend, and Kellogg's Pistol. And of course, all of our magazines. Here we have our bobblehead stand. I just glitched a few pieces in to make it look a bit better. And that's the best I could get from it. That's our bobbleheads. We've got a water cooler here and this little thing I glitched together just to fill up the corner. Kind of looks important. Through here we have our kitchen. Oh, the Discord, that should come up shortly. I didn't put a command up for Jetcord, my apologies. But every so often the Discord link will pop up. If I do post it, I will put a link in the Fallout server in Discord, no problem. But I think you're joined already, so it should be easy to get in and do it, I think. So here, this is our kitchen. And of course we even got our own cat, kitty cat. So kitchen here, and of course alcohol. A little fire extinguisher will probably need it for that monstrosity. And of course there's not going to be a player home without some meds. This in turn leads us out to a little recreational area. Here. So here we have our fireplace. And this is a combination of pieces just glitched together. Just some shelving that I turned backwards and kind of pushed it through. Oh, well, thank you. Fresh bread, yeah. I love it as well. But these are actually cabinets. So I've just glitched them through the walls to create this library here. And this is our basic settlement site. This one was for Lady Grey. It's very, very hard to get these lined up. I think we managed it. And this again is another original, and this entertainment system as well. Just a kind of combination of a lot of stuff glitched together.
Diamond City Radio, if you're listening at all.
This, of course, that's the other door. And of course our bedroom. Bedroom is a bit compact. But it's functional. And of course we have a little entertainment system here as well. So that's our bedroom, guys. Now, the old stairs is actually hidden behind this. I couldn't scrap it. But we have a new one here. So here we've got some more magazines. And this is our main storage area. Here we've got tons of storage. We have storage here. And we have a ton of storage here. And of course we've got our chemistry station, weapons workbench, an armor workbench, so a lot in that little area. Even these are cabinets. I had no choice to use cabinets here, you know, for this effect. No stairs I could use, so I used some of the flooring pieces and kind of glitched them together to create that stairway. And that one. Some more storage. And this goes out to the roof. Do you ever worry about items falling through whatever they're resting on? No, it doesn't happen much. They're static, Husky offset. All of the pieces I use would be static, you know. Now you can have some problems sometimes with place anywhere. Once you place an item, it can move. But I've gotten around that little glitch. If you click on it a second time, pull it and then release it again, it usually stabilizes it. But it doesn't happen often. I would say once out of every 50 placements. But when you're building a large area, it can happen a lot. But I kind of found a way around that. And this is Diamond City.
She found you.
Ah, I love to have fun with these guys. Alright, let's get away from these guys. We'll just load it up again. For level 12. Oh, no, when I get here, I put on God mode, Husky. Yeah, because let's say I start from the vault, I don't do any quests, and I just come straight here to Diamond City. So I give myself that gun, tons of ammo, and I put God mode on. Yeah, because I'm just interested in building the settlements. I don't really have the time to build a character up. But God mode is pretty decent as well. I'd say if you're building on the high buildings, you know, you could be working an hour and slip and fall and die and lose that progress. So God mode is pretty good. But I wouldn't do it if I was questing. You know, I'm just building. I'm purely building on this playthrough. And that's it, guys. That's our home plate. Player home. I suppose with the limited amount of stuff I have and being on Xbox, it's not a bad attempt. But this one took 48, 58, 64 hours. Oh, my pleasure. Anytime, Husky. My pleasure. Now, I'll just load up. You see, when I do a settlement, I did have 21 settlements finished on one save, Husky. And do you remember when they started coming out with that, fixing up that anniversary edition of Skyrim, although I don't have any Creation Club mods then, we got a cloud bug. It's called a 0 kilobyte bug. So basically it wiped my 21 settlements. So from then on, I only managed to upload 7 to YouTube before it happened. We lost a lot of settlements. So now what I've been doing is I would make a settlement, then I would quit and start a new character profile. I would always name my character for the settlement we're going to work on so it's easier to find him. And even at this, there's 4 settlements I still have to upload. I'm starting to get lazy again, but I'll have to do them shortly. Oh, Meg! Ah, cool. Yeah, Meg is a very, very nice lady. Yeah. So that's what we've done here. Yeah, I know Meg. And that's that. And I'll show a few more a little later. But we have so much to do here. You see, they're actually different profiles. So I'm thinking if that bug happens again, it will only happen on one of these saves, and I'll only lose one. You know what I mean? Instead of losing everything on one save. I think it might be safer. Now, a little trick of mine as well when I'm loading, let's say off those tours, and I find it really helps, is to actually load from the settlement you're in. So it just requires a second load. And then we're off. So now, what I'm doing will be pretty repetitive, but unfortunately I have no choice to finish this. I need to set these. This is something I've just noticed that I wanted to do because it's still a little Spartan here. And I'll be scrapping the beds that we come across as well. So we'll get down to it. So I want them looking like this. But there's a lot of these to do. Then I'll get the food and water and supplies and stuff in. Yeah, do you know how long that save was? I was kind of asking for it, and I did say it several times. The save was 2014 hours on that save. A lot of work. Falling asleep here, staying on. Lurk, no problem, Kim. And thanks for stopping by and hanging out. And lurking, I appreciate it. I hope you get a good rest, and I hope you have a good day tomorrow. And be sure not to squander your time off. Yeah, totally. Spend it on you. Do some relaxing, do some things you want to do. And start to re-energize yourself. Take care, Kim, and stay safe. Bye. I used to do that a lot when I was working hours, let's say, the little time I had off. I would never spend on me. The tree growing out of the lava is messing with my brain. I needed something different. And that was definitely different. No problem. My pleasure, Kim. Stay safe. Now, yeah, I like to be different in each settlement if I can. I've done an Alcatraz build, but my favourite has been the White House build I've done, the Husky offset. I thought that was a reasonable build. But then again, I always like historical buildings. That's probably my favourite. Not as flashy as this, but I think more accurate. Now, remember what I said about sleeping from 8 till 10? You won't have any problems if you do it right. Yeah, I did a White House build. That was fun. I liked that one. I did that. I did actually 4 settlements together on one save. Until I decided then that I was taking too much of a chance. And then I started to build, 1 settlement on every one. I'll tell you what I'll do. Yeah, I'll show it to you. But we'll have to fast travel. There's the one. It was actually 2016 hours I lost on that cloud bug. I was raging. But we start off at this Red Rocket Team Biker Bar, and then we'll fast travel over. And we did it at Dalton Farm. This to me is the second hardest settlement to fix. Only second to the likes of Bunker Hill. Brutal grind getting this done. Now, let's go to Dalton Farm. Where is it again? It's over here. It's been so long since I used the map in this game. Ah, here it is. Dalton Farm. You were talking about... I did. I finished that one, Husky offset. What was it called again? Yeah, I used 90% of that. I did a huge cathedral and graveyard on Spectacle Island. That one I pushed the cell to the limits. I think I came within about 20 pieces of, totally messing up the entire game. I pushed far beyond its limits on that one. Spectacle Island, I think you're referring to. Hi, Tigger. Hi, how are you? How have you been? I hope you've been well. Oh, good news. Sorry, I missed that. How silly of me. Let me backtrack. We've got code. I was helping with a link. Let me see if I can find that message. Okay, it must be here. Tigger. Oh, here it is. Good news. Doctor thinks it's benign. They want to see me. Oh, that is good news. Yeah. I've got something similar and found out a long time ago. The vast majority in most cases are benign, and that is fantastic news, Tigger. Thank goodness. Ah, that's good. That's awesome. Well, at least, most of the stress is off. Yeah, that's fantastic news, Tigger. Fantastic news. But until you got that news, you were always going to be worrying, and I couldn't blame you, to be honest. I was the same. But you'd be surprised, how many of those that we have and haven't even discovered yet. Mine was in my thigh, but it was benign. It usually happens from, I think it's your immune system. Yeah, they attack something and they form a kind of chrysalis. I think that's how it was explained to me. But that's good. That's some good news. Okay, let's clear the weather. The biggest problem with this DOC, or any DOC in this, is actually the weather. There we go. Perfect. So here we've landed on the dock. So we've got our presidential launch, and the White House is just up there. This is a tiny bit more lower friendly. We've got obviously a Secret Service agent here cleaning up a little bit of lunch stuff here, and
on account of the children.
we've kind of retrofitted this. Complete with a ham radio. So that's our launch. Here we have our security office. We check in. Another agent in here. Another ham radio.
Storms will.
And that's our dock area. Now let's go up to our settlement. Here we have this kind of ground level greenhouse. We needed something different, so this is what I went with. It's even got the heating lights. And this is our White House. Well, this looks really nice at night. Thelma and Louise, yeah. I'm back. I'll be back, no problem. I have to get my kid. No problem, Joe. And drive safely, yeah? Is that dude on the boat? Yeah, we just put him in a black suit and we give him some patrolman sunglasses. Yep. But you see what I mean about the weather? It really ruins the settlement. There. So here we have our Paul Revere statue. And of course we've got our fountain. I did decide to put 2 Minutemen statues in here. And that's our White House. It's kind of designed inside more like, let's say, a kind of 1812 version. Yeah. Oh, you couldn't build here without it, Husky. But it doesn't last long, only about 20-30 seconds, so it's a nightmare. on the DLCs will work in the main game. I think it's something got to do with the scripting here. Except for one settlement, which is pretty close to the glowing sea. And that's Somerville Place. That's a nightmare to build on. But we did a good bit of work inside as well. Yeah, me too. Yeah, the weather's very changeable. Been having big problems with my shoulder and hip, Tigger. Yeah, it must be quite painful. Rain, yeah. Same here, it's been raining a lot. You know, once the weather pressure changes, I tend to suffer a little bit. This is our version of the Washington Needle. We've got our little Franklin grave. And here we can access the tower, but it's a replica from USO of the Bunker Hill Tower. And I'm sure, you know, when the guys were making the game, they had the Washington Needle in mind when they did this tower. I don't know, maybe this is some kind of monument in the US, but I'm not familiar with it. Probably is. Obviously the original one is much smaller, but the shape is pretty good. Now, let's get inside. Now, inside. I've always assumed the real were Bunker Hill. Yes, probably. I don't know much about that history, let's say the Boston area and that. I know, I would say a decent amount about US history. But obviously, you know, not everything. But it looks so much like the Washington Needle. The Washington Needle, I know a lot of its history. But obviously much smaller. So we've got another agent here and he's feeding some fish. We've got 2 guards outside. And this took a gigantic amount of work to get these pieces to fit.
My kids ain't gonna believe the stories about you.
So we've got a double staircase that leads up to the bedrooms. There's actually 16 here. Yeah, coffee. Couldn't resist that one. Hi, Duro. Hi, how are you? Hope you've been well. How have you been keeping? Probably. I've never actually tried that one. Yeah, probably could. This is our reception area. And of course our receptionist. Takes a bit to glitch these pieces together, to be honest. No snaps. Now, here we have our press room. Now, all the candles I use in this one is from a mod called Creative Clutter. A little while back, there was an update, and the result of that was the candles that were placed on the tables dropping to the floor. I never really got the time to come back here and replace them, but I'm going to have to find the time to do so. So anytime you see the candles on the floor, it's because of that stupid update. So that's what we've done here, and this is our president here. And he's waiting to, you know, greet the press. Now, here we have our kitchen area. Oh, well, basically the way it works, once you put assignment mat offset, it doesn't, you know, just sit and wait for an hour or sleep. They'll spawn in. Yeah, they'll literally spawn in. They don't have to be able to walk through. Anyway, putting a place for them to walk through is folly because they're AI padding. You know, they wouldn't be able to find that spot anyway. So all you have to do is assign them, sit and wait for an hour or two, or sleep and wait for an hour, and they'll just appear on the mat. And that's the best way of doing it. It's the same if you want to get them to higher levels, although depending on the settlement, you know, sometimes you can't place settlers too high. I might have that problem, let's say, at the settlement I'm doing now, but I'll be doing some experiments after and see how high up I can assign the settlers. I made some pork chops in the oven, they were good, but so tough, I guess. What I get? 6 to... Oh yeah, still. Yeah, they'll just spawn in. So, what did I say? Oh yeah, this is our kitchen. I went out of my way not to make it look too modern and tried to get it as lore friendly as I could, within reason. And of course our maid.
In the deep fog, there are things out there.
And that's our kitchen area, guys. Now, we go down here. And we have our dining room. Again, the drop candles are really gonna have to fix this. And this is our first lady. I had her facing the right way, but there seems to be some kind of glitch with the map, with the mat. So that's our dining area. Pity about the candles. It was a nightmare placing these. Now here we have our library. Yeah, totally. Totally. Again, the candles have dropped, but... Okay, Sarah. This is our library. So it's reasonably lore friendly, a bit clean, but you know, I kind of like them that way. Now, upstairs, double staircase. Just a little seating area here. Now we have a secret entrance here, a secret door. And in here we actually took a stab at the Oval Office. But we'll show that a little later. So, there's 4 bedrooms here, here, and on the opposite end as well. So that's 16 bedrooms. Like all my bedrooms, I kind of cloned them, you know. I built them exactly the same. In every detail. And the other 3 are exact replicas. And the 2 at the other end. That's what you expect, I suppose, from something like this, you know. But still takes a bit of time to get these done. So exactly the same. 16 bedrooms. Now the Oval Office. Right through here. And this is the best we could do. And about as oval as we could get it. Not exactly the Resolute desk, but I ditched a few pieces and resized them like I did at at home plate, you know, where I did that entertainment system. So that's 3 different desks, different sizes. And that's our version of the desk. And this is our settlement sign. Excellent chance. Just some seating each side. And this leads out to our balcony. The only thing of note here again would be, I'd say, the lighting at night. So we'll see that and then we'll move on and we'll get back to building. I love the scene from here actually. I liked it so much I use it as a background on my Xbox. I love the scene here at night. Oh, hang on. Gotta wait till midnight.
You talked to Cassie Dalton. Shame what happened.
Wanna get it pretty dark. Loretta Lynn. Oh, I didn't hear that. Oh, that's so sad. I thought it earlier today. No, I haven't been looking at much media lately. Oh, that's such a shame. She must have been quite old. Oh, she'll be a great loss. And this is the lighting at night. And that's one of my favorite screenshots. Not there, you know, the background with that kind of starry sky on the blue and yellow. And that's the White House build. 90. My, I thought she might have been a bit more. Just seen it now. No, I'm awoke about an hour or two. And I didn't watch any, I don't think I watched any TV today at all. Maybe a tiny bit of YouTube, but no mainstream TV. Oh, no problem. And thank you also, Husky Offset. But I really like that screenshot. It's not too flashy, kind of practical. And recognizable as well, you know. I was lucky. I actually had those pillars from Bunker Hill. I was really lucky. Although I did have to work a little bit, let's say, to get them to work, but totally worth it. Right, let's get working. And we'll start to get these potted plants in. I'm not sure how long that one took. That's actually the second time I built that Husky Offset. The White House build I had before that was lost in those 21 settlements. But this time around, I did it a bit better. There was no dock that time. There was a different dock. It came down the other side. And there was like a little bar area down on the dock. But I think the one we have now is much more... it's much better aesthetically. It's funny when you rebuild something the second time, you can kind of do it a bit better, I suppose. Right, and let's get going with this guy. So, we have a reasonable amount to do. Once I finish this floor, I'll do the food and water and stuff ready for our settlements. Scrap the beds and we'll give a quick check and see if there's anything we missed. So, we have our work cut out for us. They're just tiny pieces, but it's just so many to put in, you know. But I think, in my opinion, it's just the last little touch we need for this settlement. And the humidity here, Tigger. Oh my god. 95 when I started this stream. But it's It's gotten a lot warmer, so I'd say it's around 100 now. But it's like this, even at Christmas. High humidity. It's the constant rain. You know, wherever there's rain, there's never much cold. Right, okay, this will be a tiny bit repetitive, but we'll try and break it up when we get it done, switching to something else. Right, just a little change on this. Settings, stepping on, double collision, first game session. Right, I've done 3, and that's the look I'm going for. It's just enough to take the empty look, you know, from the side. Right, let's see if we can get it done. So, has anyone been up to anything interesting today? Didn't do much, to be honest myself. Just the usual kind of stuff. I think I need a new soda. I have a thing that say I'll drink about 2/3, and then I can't really finish it. I don't know, it just gets a little bit too vapid for me, I think. It loses its fizz pretty quickly. Got cleaning and laundry done. Ah, cool. Well, at least you'll be able to get it out of the way. Personally, myself, I like to keep a little busy if I can. And this, let's say these past 2 years, has taken up a lot of my time, which is pretty good. For me, at least, because I needed to spend my time on something, or else I would absolutely go bonkers. I'm really not used to free time. I have to go. Thank you for the warm welcome. My pleasure, Husky Offset. And thank you, Croc, for sharing your bills. My pleasure also. And thanks for stopping by, Husky. I appreciate it. And thanks again for the follow. Hope you have a good rest. I'm assuming it's very late at night for you. And I hope you have a great day tomorrow. Take care and stay safe, Husky. Bye. This is pretty repetitive, but I don't know. Me doing it, at least, I find it strangely relaxing and distracting. There, that's what I'm looking for. I know it will take a little while, but I really do think it will be worth the effort. I hate this repetitive stuff, but I've always maintained that it's, you know, the little things that actually make the settlement. On the sum of its parts, I suppose. There. Yeah, that's what I'm looking for, actually. I know there's quite a few of them to go in, but there's much we can do about that. Some of these are kind of weird. It's the other tray. Pretty much 2-3. As long as we get the one at the back, I'd say we're okay. There. Something like that. I know, extremely repetitive. But I think it would give a good look. I just gotta be accurate with this one. But there's a surprising amount of these to get done. There. Well, at least every story is a lot smaller than the next, so there's that, I suppose. What I'll do is, once I just do this side, I'll do the stuff I need to do to get our supplies in the middle. We can probably hide it. I'm still building it. Hi, Mad Bat. Yeah, but we've only been building here every second day. And, I don't do any, grinding during the day on it, so it's taking a while. So, we should have been out of here, obviously, in a half the time. But every other day I've been doing Skyrim. So, it's only every second day. And 5-6 hours doesn't go much on a settlement like this. It just seems like it's so long because we're only working on it every second day. Oh, I'm not on PC, Mad Bat. I'm on Xbox. Yeah, I'm on Xbox. So, how have you been, Mad Bat? Hope you've been well. Never played on PC, actually. No, this is an Xbox. I do have the X series now, but I've done these kind of builds on the Xbox X, and I've done them on the Xbox One. The only difference to me would be loading time, really, in the workbench. Okay, I can get maybe away with a tiny bit more on the Xbox X series. Oh, it's not that huge. I've done bigger, I'd say. Spectacle Island, I used about 90% of that place. But I did push, not the Xbox, I pushed the cell and the game to its limits on that one. Yeah, it's pretty big. Totally shiny, yeah, that's what we were going for, something different. So how's your day been, Mad Bat? Well, this is extremely repetitive, but these are the little things I keep talking about. When the big building is done and we've got to get these ones out of the way. And this is the thing that actually makes the settlement in the end. The small details. Always about the small details. It's not bad. There's quite a few of these to do, but we kind of need them. Ah, isn't it always the case, Mad Bad? Started good, ended bad. Oh my, found out a buddy died. Oh, I'm so sorry to hear that. Oh, my goodness. My condolences, my sincere condolences, Mad Bad. It's never easy to lose a friend. Oh, that's really sad. Never easy losing someone, whether it be friend or family. It always leaves your life a little more empty. Oh, hi Mert. Here to hang out with Croc. No problem. And thanks for that, Mert. And I appreciate you stopping by. I hope you've been well, Mert. And how have you been keeping? Well, I hope. I'm still trying. It will take a long time, to be honest. Mad Bat. I've been through it many times. You never entirely heal, but it does get better. Oh, oh, nice. Yeah, there's a memorial. Oh, so sad. I'm assuming he was quite young as well, which, just makes it that much worse. There, that's what I'm looking for, guys. So, I think this is what we need, Mert. Just as the finishing touch, I managed to finish the bedrooms as well. Hmm. Yeah, it's so sad when anyone, let's say, loses their life, but, if you're young, it makes it all the more terrible. Hmm. Number 4. Ah, there, that should do. Yeah, it's probably a typo. I get them all the time myself. Okay, maybe there. Now we'll soon have an entire section done. Hmm. Yeah, it has. Well, the years during the pandemic there was pretty weird for me as well. Let's just say the 2020s will be just one of those decades, much like the 90s. Oh, don't do that. There. Just 4 more and half of this entire section and we'll go quick enough. I think it's worth the effort. Yeah, you just get those. You always get them. For me, it always seems to be every third decade. Now, it's not too bad, I suppose, considering. There. Right, 3 more here, and that's half the section done. But that's the difference now, and I think, it's much better to have the plants in. And that would really finish this place. Once and for all, I'll be happy with that. Get our food, get our settlers in, and we'll find another settlement. There's still a good few left. I'll do a main save after I get these 3 in, and we'll probably put 20 food, water in. Although we don't really have to. I might leave that for a while, just until the settlers are coming in. But to be honest, this is going to take some time to get all this stuff in. Yeah, something like that. I had this plan from the beginning, but I thought I'd hold back on it and see if I could come up with something a little different, but this seems to be our best option. Yeah, this is our best option by far, I'd say. Not bad, just one more. My God. I'm sweating, the humidity here is killing me. Oh, hi Blonde. Thanks for the raid. I appreciate it. And welcome, raiders. How have you been, Blonde? We finished our bedrooms, and I come up with another crackpot scheme, let's say, on the finish of this one. But this is the last thing we'll be doing on this. I decided to kind of trim this for this Nern route, just to give it a little bit more green, more kind of filled look, just under each one of these axes. I think that would be perfect to finish the gardens. And I'm not sure if I said it, welcome raiders. Hello Blonde, hi. Humidity here is stifling, Blonde. When I started it was 95, but it's gotten much warmer, so it's probably at least 100. But we've been having a lot of rain, so I suppose that's a lot got to do with it. There. Yeah. There, that's half of this one done. Cool. This, I know it's killing me because it's the same thing over and over. But, you know, there's not much more to do, and this is just something I decided on the last minute. This is going to take a while because there's a lot of these to do, but each floor is successively smaller as we ascend, so we'll be able to get through it pretty quickly compared to the last. No, the opposite here, I'm melting, Blonde. But I don't, let's say I do better in the cold, to be honest. But I'm kind of good, let's say, but, you know, heat or cold, even the extremities of it. It's the humidity that kills me. So, I'd say, let's say the South in the US or even South America would be a no-go for me. Oh, is unbroken. Darker told me to shout at him, and it worked. Oh, nice. And that's what probably happened. Maybe you were doing a shout and he got caught. Oh, but that's good. You got it fixed. Was probably Annie shout. I'm going to head out for a bit. I should be returning soon. No problem. And thanks for stopping by and hanging out, Court. I hope it's... I forget what time it is for you, Court. But I hope you have a good day. And stay safe. I'm looking forward to seeing you again. Take care, Court. Bye. Now these ones. I'd much prefer to be building a large structure, but regardless, these need to be finished. And this is kind of a patience tester because of its repetitive nature. Okay, I'm happy with that. Goodness. This will take forever. Oh, cool. Oh, it's noon for you. Cool. Probably fell into the lava, but I don't know. Yeah, probably. I used, unrelenting force. That's the very first shout you get during the quest, isn't it? It's probably not in this script to deal with that, I suppose, or conflicts with something. And the shout kind of knocks him out. It's a little bit like, I remember what he used to use in some of the older games like Oblivion. There would be NPCs that you needed to speak to or something that wouldn't move from their cabins. You go in to talk to them and they'd only say get out. Or usually if you go in, smack them around a bit, hit them with your fists, get them to chase after you, and then disappear and come back a little later and they'll be okay. Probably something like that. Oh, hi Sholto. Hi, how are you? Hope you've been well. Yeah, he was in a crouch position, Tigger, like he was injured and didn't recover. There. That's good. This is a kind of a heartbreaker because of it. There's so many of these guys to do. It's a pity I didn't have more time today to get some of these out. But I did finish the bedrooms. So that's something, I suppose. There we go. Phew. There's a good bit to do, isn't there? I'm playing Hot Wheels Unleashed. Oh, cool. I'm good, how about you? Fine, thanks. Sholto, I hope you're doing well also. On all followers. Ah. The shout thing. Yeah, probably the same as the old punch thing we used to do in the other games. Shakes them up a bit. Oh, this is a killer one. What can we do? We'll soon have this floor done, but there's many more of these to do. This is definitely not my favorite part. For me here, it's the stupid humidity. I have all my windows and doors open and fans on, but you know, there's not much of a breeze outside. Oh, hi. No problem. Hi, Lady Grey. I drifted off for a minute. No problem. And thanks for that shout out. I appreciate it. So how have you been, lady? I've got all of the bedrooms done and I just came up with this crackpot scheme here. I think it was a little lacking. So we just need to do the edges on this. But it's no small task because there's a lot of these guys to go in. But it was a little bit too Spartan on the edges for me. So I think this would be our best option. I'll have to come back and set them properly. But something like this I'm going for. This side is done. We have to sleep anyway, so I'll get out of build mode. And I think it's the last little thing we need in the gardens to, I might carry it on, you know, as we go up. But we definitely need it here. You know, as our last little bit. I think it will work. Good. Ah, that's good here. It's been a day. Ah. Right, let's get around to. But each floor gets a lot smaller as we go up, so we should be able to get through it much quicker. What's the humidity like for you, Lady Grey? It was 95 here when I started, and it's much higher now. Oh, that's actually a chem bench, Mert. Yeah. There's two types. I can make the really big vanilla chem bench, or that one. And that one is, you know, a little smaller for me. And I'm using it for making the armor pieces for my NPCs. Yeah. But by the time I finish, I will be scrapping it. Oh, hi Starlight. Hi. How are you? Hope you've been well. How have you been keeping? Yeah. I will be scrapping it later, once I get all the stuff done on it. But I think it's pretty cool, like a washing machine. Makes it much smaller and easier to use. 29.5. So yeah, we're basically finishing it off. Just a tiny few more decorations. But have you seen this one? You prefer to be called Starlight, isn't it? Oh, that's good to hear. Fine, fine, thanks. And I hope you've been good also. That's if my memories to have served me well. But I'm not sure if you've seen this. Would you like to look around, Starlight? So, what's new? Well, we've been on this for quite some time because I've only been building every second day. Yes, no problem. I'll save this here and I'll give you a little tour. So we've been only on it every second day and we've been doing Skyrim. We finished that. That was Skyrim Legendary difficulty. Then we went to Valhalla every second day. We finished that. Then New Vegas. We finished that. Now we're back on Skyrim again with Survival Legendary and then Restricted Weapons and Armor as well. So I'm kind of enjoying that one. But it's given me a kind of a break from, you know, building every day, which you can easily burn out. Ah, hi Jumpy. This is looking nice. I like the pond. Oh, thank you, Jumpy. How have you been? I hope you've been well. So I will give Starlight a little tour at night because I've done the lighting, and then we'll get back to building. This one is quite big-ish, Starlight. It's a kind of step pyramid build. I made it from the balcony sections from Snappy House. So, this is what we've done with it so far. But it's definitely visible. It's actually North Hagen Beach, so it's not far from the Brotherhood base and Boston Airport. So how have you been, Jumpy? What have you been up to? But I've always liked this because it's a really stable cell. Of course, we did our settlement sign as well. Yeah, we did a bit of work on this. It does look good with the yellow lighting. So this is our settlement sign, and we call this one El Dorado, and we named this one for Granny. And thanks for the bit, Starlight. I appreciate it. That's very nice of you. I've been well. Oh, cool. My grandmother has come to visit, and I feel very blessed to get... Yeah, quite right, to spend time with her. She's 87. Oh, cool. Years old. Yeah, your grandmother is... Let me see. 33... say... 32... 20... My mum later this year will be 90, I think. In around the same age. My aunt and uncle have come along too, and I adore them. Oh, that's cool. So you get a little family get together. That's nice. Yeah. I lost all my grandparents when I was kind of young. You know, just in my early teens. So never really got to know them that well. One of my grandmothers actually passed away even before I was born, so... But I can still remember the other three. So inside, we've gone with something like this, Starlight. The beds I'll be scrapping later, and you've seen us doing these little pieces. And that will be our finishing touch. So large gardens. And this kind of look as well. The main building is surrounded by a moat. Ah, I see. Which makes you even closer. For Skyrim, I've decided not to use Indigo or Lucian. For several playthroughs, I've used them in my decisions. They get in the way. That's one of the reasons why I never use followers. I have to use a cheat spell to get them to move. Yeah. Basically, I never use them, let's say, in the older games because they would die. But they do tend to get in the way a lot. Ah. My parents and all my grandparents have passed. All of mine have passed. Just my mum left. She's a survivor. Almost 90. Almost 90. Yeah, I can relate. It's not easy. You know, losing, your parents and your grandparents. So the moat goes all the way around, and it actually runs out this way, which feeds the back gardens. Well, the other side. Here. Now then, in turn, let's see if we can get out. We put a decent amount of work on this so far. Here, comes down here. And that feeds all of these pools here. There's quite a few of them. 2 lawn sections here. Large pool here with not 3 obviously. We've got our shrine here, Amazonian goddess shrine. And that piece I'll have to scrap in a moment. Forgetting little things. So that's the back gardens. Some minor stuff I have to do and thinking about putting some crows on the trees. Now, the main part here, let's say, the building itself. What is section here is a kind of sacrificial chamber. And here we have our sacrificial altar. Now, on each end here, we lead out to our little pathway that runs around the entire settlement, whereas here and here would lead us back down to the main gardens. Pretty much the same. Oh, why thank you, Starlight. Yes, we've been quite some time on it. I'd say by the time we finish, Lara, about 140 hours. But it's not bad for this kind of build, you know. Oh, why thank you, Laura. So how have you been, Laura? Hope you've been well. We still have to get our settlers in and a tiny few more things that will make this a little better, in my opinion. We're careful not to use any furniture or something that would take from it, you know. We've been careful. This is our main stairway here. This leads up and you can see there's just a little bit to do here. We've got some armor racks here. Obviously some more of this here and here. Now these are our bedrooms and we finished these. But all four, as usual, look the same. I didn't want to go with beds, you know, the proper ones. It just looked too out of place. So this is the best we could come up with. And of course this little kind of shrine here. Now this leads up here. And here we've placed a throne. And I gave it a little kind of Edgar Allan touch there. At the top, I couldn't resist that. Which comes around here, and obviously back down here. And as I said, you know, replica bedrooms. And on this side, that took a bit of work. Get that sword in there. That kind of thing. You know, the opposite side of the doorway. Yeah, been good. Ah, that's good to hear. Yeah, not too bad. I've been weak these past few days, but, you know, just lack of sleep. I seem to be bouncing back, you know, pretty well. I hope you've been good also, Laura. So, that's this section. This would be the bedroom section. Now, obviously, as we go up, we're kind of running out of room, so here I've gone with a double staircase. And a kind of offering area here, just to fill out this little area. And then, of course, the double staircase again. And here we've gone with a kind of roof level tiny garden, which I think kind of works. Of course, I've bordered this with the same railings and added a crow on each section. I thought was kind of worked. And this is roughly around the vanilla height, around that. There, actually, it's more like, you know, around that section there. And that's it, guys. This is what we've done so far on our settlement. Nordhagen Beach. Oh, hi, Master. Oh, Master Gamer, is it? Thanks for the follow. Appreciate it. And welcome. Yeah, I think that's where you were going with that tag, wasn't it? Master Gamer. Master Tree. Yeah, Gamer. Probably. Hope you've been well. Yeah, so basically that's what we've done. Still a few more nitty gritty bits. But, you know, if I hunker down, I should have it done in this stream. But definitely, let's say, getting our settlers in and finishing. Definitely on the next one. But with a bit of luck. But the more I look at this, the more I can see what I can do. But I don't want to overdo it. The cell is pretty stable now. But I think I'll settle for those plans to where I want them. That should do. If you run into Mr. Gutsy, you can mock him into exploding by repeating, "Will you comply?" It's hilarious. I've never actually tried that one. That sounds fun. And thanks for the tip, gamer. Oh, well, thank you, Starlight. Yeah, the view is quite nice. The Vault 88. That's kind of fun. Yeah. And thanks for that, Laura. Less talking, more building. You're a build addict, Tigger. I went and bought the rings from the werewolves. Nice. I can't do that yet because I didn't do that quest. But I should do it because I'm getting really annoyed with catching those diseases on survival. But the second I get back to Skyrim, I'll totally do that one. You stand back. Oh, nice. That's one thing. I've played this game a lot. I don't think I've ever done that one. It's probably something that happened during some stupid update from the Creation Club. Seems to infect the entire game. We redid that Starlight Drive-In again. Starlight. I think that's where we first met, wasn't it? When I was doing the original Starlight, the casino. That was a good bit back. Yeah, I think that's where we first met. I remember in your tag, I asked you how it was. You know, you want to be called, I think you said Starlight. Yeah, it was back at that one. I redid that one. I made it a drive-in. I actually have a save, and I'll show it to you. But I think it's a pretty decent job considering. Hi, Jules. Hi, how are you? Oh, fine, thanks, and I hope you're doing well also. Pretty good, pretty good. How have you been? Well, I hope. I'll show you that one, Starlight. But that one I quite like. Yeah, this is Starlight Drive-In. So much different from the old build. I did remember that casino with that kind of brown marble stuff from USO. Oh, that's good to hear. And glad to have you here, Jules. So this is the new Starlight. It's much different, isn't it, from the last one? The other one was pretty good as well. It was a large casino. Unfortunately, I lost that one. It's only available on YouTube now because of that stupid cloud bug. So this one was for Perry, and we call it Starlight Theatre. We have our walk-in area here, and of course this is for our traffic, you know, coming in and out. And something like that. The original buildings are still here. I've never scrapped them. So we're kind of going around it. Now, I should actually come back here. I'll have to go into build mode. The SOE, it's actually my own fault. I probably came too fast out of build mode. I'll have to come back here and fix this. So go into build mode and come out. Should clear up the lighting. It happens when you save too quickly when you come out of build. I must have doing it here when I was finishing up. Well, this will take just a little while because this is a huge build, so wait about 5 seconds. And there we go. So, this is our screen. I think the screen turned out pretty well. And this is a TV, Starlight. And what I discovered about the Place Anywhere mod, there is certain items, not a lot. I don't know, maybe by accident or something, but it seemed to have the right script. I can actually size them. So that was a bit of a game changer here, because I got a normal LCD TV and I just sized it up. And it made an ideal screen. The way it should have been, you know, getting the screen in. We also have 2 indoor theaters as well, and a coffee shop. We've kind of gone as much as we could with the lore. You know, this was a kind of UFO themed settlement from the start. So here we've kind of done the same, but to a much bigger degree. That old rusty thing on top. And that was actually a UFO. Oh, well thank you, Jules. So this is Starlight. So as I said, we've, you know, made it kind of drive in like this, with our cars in sections. We've used the old speakers here, you know, on each section. And of course our main screen. Now, above the main screen, that's funny, I thought I'd closed that door after me. The building is still here, and you can see where I've added a piece here to get over the railings on this piece.
Croc's been growing pretty good lately.
And this took forever to do this part. And this is our little observation area. Lurking, no problem, and thanks for the lurk, lady. Appreciate it. There, everyone's back in their places. Can't wait. Oh, nice. To finally find a PlayStation 5. Is there still a shortage where you are? Oh, they've been pretty common here for a long time. I miss playing Fallout 4, already spent so much time on the Sony account. Cool, so you're getting your hands on one shortly. Yeah, they do. Not so much here. Now we can pretty much, you know, pick them up anywhere. I think maybe some of the laws that passed on scalping might have helped a lot with that.
Got a dangerous look about
You know, there was guys using bots and they were buying them in the hundreds and then selling them, basically extorting people. But I think the government threatened to get the revenue guys on, our version, let's say, of Inland Revenue, and that stopped it big time. So this is our observation area, and we put this one just above the screen. Now let's carry on. Yeah, they're doubling their money. But if you buy 100 PlayStations, Jewel, and you double your money, that's 50 grand. That's tax evasion. You know what I mean? That's a serious crime, especially in the US, you know. Like Al Capone, he actually went to jail for tax evasion. I think he got life. You know, each time you sell one of them and don't declare the profit, each one is a separate crime. So you sell 500 of them, that's 500 crimes. That's enough to scare them. Should they jump over the PC, spend so much games? Yeah, on your Sony card. So I don't see myself playing on console. Yeah, probably. Yeah. Oh, well thank you, Starlight. Here, we've gone, let's say, with the usual. We've made these bathrooms. This is our ladies' bathroom here. Now, what
If you ain't
these
been up to
guys
see
are
Breakout, you
using
should go. Whole place
the
is run by
bathrooms for,
robots.
they're actually chem users. I thought that was funny. They're using the bathrooms to shoot up. And the summit of, I think it is. I know there's a book there. But it's been such a long time since I did that quest properly. There's a good few of those black books. I have an Xbox 360 and a one. I loved the 360. It was my favorite console. My one died a long, long time ago. I used them for apps. Cool. I'm just changing over now for PC. Probably in long term you'll be better off on PC. I'm kind of happy on console for the time being, I suppose. But eventually I'll probably make the move. This is our Jen's bathroom. This took a lot of
Out
work
here,
hiding this.
You gotta take things one day at a time.
And that's our Jen's bathroom. Now, let's carry on. Now, we've got large gardens each side and we've got a gardener on each of these. Basically the same the other side. You know, gardeners down each side. I've hidden the top of the old shed that was here. It was brutal. But I used a stone mast to get rid of the rest of it. So we can't see the old shed anymore. We have these kind of enclosed walkways each side. And then we come down to, let's say, the main building. We've got two theatres. This is the smaller theatre. Theatre 2. Larger one here. This is huge. That's Theatre 1. And we've carried that kind of garden look going all the way around here.
Easy
Except
living.
for here. Here I decided to go here because of the telegram pole we couldn't scrap, so I went in with a fountain instead. Which black book to read? Oh, it's been ages since I've done those ones. I think you get some kind of power from each one of them. Add toilets to my Vault 88, you're giving me heaps of cool ideas. Nice. USO is the best for toilet stuff. Yeah. Totally, yeah. The shed was a nice one. I need security, I do, a little bit. Can the British take over the castle? I don't think so, from what I remember, Sholto. It's really nice player home after the quest. And it would be great. Nice for survival. Cool. Yeah, there's awesome. I want mods for The Sims and GTA. So all the way around with that. The hardest was getting around that sign, but we managed it. So that's what it looks on the outside. Now let's get inside. We'll start with the smaller theatre room. It's just a 9-seater. And then we'll move to the much bigger one. Of course we have some ushers here each side. We dressed them in the Silver Shroud costumes. And of course, now showing. I think they did a pretty decent job. And that's our cafeteria. A coffee shop. I try to give it a kind of New Vegas feel. Now this is our smaller theatre here. It's tiny. You get a spell that transports you back to the castle and you leave. Oh, cool.
My back
So
hurts.
this is just a
my feet
tiny
hurt,
one.
Everything
It's
hurts.
just a 9-seater. But the larger one is quite nice.
It's as simple as that.
I had a room to do a larger one here.
Yes?
And this is the large theatre. I tried to get a kind of 70s kind of feel on this one. Of course it's got a large balcony area as well. Looks pretty decent at night. Oh, hi Alpha Puff. Fine, fine, thanks. Hope you're well also. How have you been? Oh, definitely keep the goals out, VIP. Yeah. Yeah, it's just for the big shots this side. So, this is our larger theater.
Don't much care for good neighbor.
Now, we can access the balcony area from here.
Crop's coming in
This
pretty.
is our balcony area. 1 second for a moment now.
Yeah?
There we go. And there's the guy who should be sitting there. Took about 15 minutes to get that guy positioned. So it looks like he's, you know, leaning on that. Complicated old thing. But that's our balcony area. I am well. Oh, that's good. Can't complain too much. Just surviving each day. Totally. One day at a time, Hufflepuff. How did yours go, Granny Vance? Ah. But nothing but trouble, yeah. Hi, Phoenix. Survive, totally. Someone has to do it, yeah. How'd you think of this? Well, basically, this is from my memory of what, you know, the old kind of 70s, you know, kind of cinemas would look like. I remember one in particular, kind of similar, so I did the best I could with, you know, the pieces I have. You know, and just try to improve it as I went along. Now,
Work to do. Can't talk now.
I'll show you what's going on here, where we gotta change the weather. So here, I've just got something like this, and this, and this very, very narrow passageway. And this breaks us into our coffee shop. We'll carry on this way. I had a little bit more room here, so because of the UFO team, I went with this guy. And pretty much the same here, really. This one, I actually made this one our bedroom. We always need some kind of decent bedroom, but I went with the kind of cinema style. 1770 movie tours from Croc's childhood. Correct, Blue Phoenix. How did you know? Yeah, they do have that kind of red kind of curtain thing, yeah. It went well. I finished up Clockwork and went hunting for more. Oh, cool, for the museums. Nice. You're over 23 now. Cool. So this is our bedroom. I wanted something different, so we went with an unusual design. Almost like a kind of bunk bed system, I suppose. So we've got our beds here. And here. And this is our bedroom. And it's definitely different for a bedroom. I would give it that. So, the only thing we have to see now is our cafeteria. Our coffee shop. So, I went with this poster from New Vegas. And this is what we've done here. I couldn't scrap the leaves, that decal, so we have to live with those. Dragonborn sword, but not as powerful as mine. Ah, cool. Same on this side. Although the neon was kind of hard to fix, but we eventually got it. And of course, because of the UFO team, I went with these astronauts. They should move. Ah, you know what mods are like. Ah, there it is. I think you gotta get close to them. And basically the same down this side. This is a decal, this stain, so I couldn't do much for that. And then in here we have our kitchen area with our chef. Couldn't get rid of this rubbish decal. The developers, snapped it too much
Hi, how are
into
you?
the counter. And the counter, again, is snapped too much into the map area, so... Legacy of the Dragonborn, cool. Pop my ankle. Oh, at least it's feeling a bit better, Phoenix. So here, this goes up to our projector room.
Need to get back to Diamond City one of these days.
And the mic, obviously,
Biggest
for the
town I
speakers
ever
down
saw.
there. And of course our projector guy. And that's our projector room. And that's it, guys. That's the new Starlight. It's a lot different from the last one, the casino build. Oh yeah, nighttime look. Lighting is kinda decent. Yeah, I've got some chairs outside. Oh, why thank you, Jules. 5 hours should do it. Start Midwood or Halcyon Reborn tomorrow. Cool. So, this is what it looks like at night. The lights really shine out a lot more. You can see what I've done with the green. We've actually called the coffee shop the Little Green Men. Should be here somewhere. Yeah, there it is. The Little Green Men Cafe. So I've kind of bordered it with a tiny bit of green. On these guys. And then the purple and yellow in the background. 3 colours. That's all you can really chance to get any more than that. It can be a bit of a disaster. If I ever win millions of dollars, with your permission, I would use this bill as an idea for an actual drive-in theatre. Cool. And you have my permission, Jules. Okay, 1 vote for Midwood. And then the outside, let's say, does shine up a little bit more. I used some cars and glitched them through the wall to create the signs. It reminds me of a quirky bar I used to hang out in my early 20s. I forget the name of it. Was a little village just outside of Northampton town. But it was called the Mechanics. It was aptly named. And they had a car actually cut in half and, displayed. One of those little quirky bars. Now for the win a few million. Probably. And that's it, guys. That's Starlight. Now let's get back to our original build. There's still a bit to do in it because, I added a little bit more design to this one. So it will probably take me a little while longer than I expected, but still, I think it's worth the effort. And this is the latest one we're on. Laura. This is Nordhagen Beach. And we've spent a good bit of time on this. We've gone with a kind of step pyramid build on this. And we're doing the gardens and stuff. Well, I'm not sure if you've seen this one, so I'll just go out a little bit and I'll show you. And then I can reload it again. Whoa. I'm strict about moving outside the build area without a reload. I don't need any bugs to creep in. But this looks pretty decent at night as well with the lighting, you know. This is a biggie on this one. Now, once it gets a little dark, once I get a few of these things in, I'll show you, Laura, what it looks like at night. I think it's a little bit prettier at night. Okay, let's carry on with these. We have a absolute ton of those. That's just some stuff I've been working with. And we'll be getting rid of them a little later. So I've been bordering this guy with these Nern roots, just to fill in the last section. I think that's the only thing it really needs, but you know, there's a lot of levels on this. So this will probably take some time. Really, the beginning of Clockwork was pretty scary. Ah, cool. Now, I'll grab some more soda here because the humidity is brutal. Right. I'm not too fond of doing this part of the work, but... Oh, I need to change the settings. It's, the small things are pretty vital in these. Instead, just look like a large box. We can't have that. Where did I put my bed? This is pretty handy, that function on this mod. It works a little bit like the rug glitch, more efficient and 1,000 times faster. And this would have been probably impossible to do, you know, without it. Ditching pieces like that. Now, we're clear on whether we're ready to go. I still gotta get the food and stuff done, but that will be easy enough. I'll just have a spot to bury it. Well, this is where the time comes in. The decorating like this could take 2/3 of the time in any settlement. What's the weather like? It's a little chilly, but not much outside. But the humidity, oh my god. When I started streaming it was 95%. Now it's much higher. You know, I've got all my windows open. Fans on, everything. And I've never been good with humidity, you know. I'm okay with extreme heat to a certain extent, or extreme cold. But the humidity always gets me. I always wanted a creepy ghost following me. Like Scooby-Doo. Yeah, can't do humidity. Especially being a smoker for 4 decades, you know. It makes it much harder for me to breathe. I don't think I'd do well in South America, to be honest. Or southern US. I heard there's a lot of humidity there. I'm not bad with extreme heat. I'm way better with extreme cold. But humidity for me is my, well, I suppose you could say, weakness. Yeah? What did they do? Oh, they're hogging the bed again. Well, my guy is here and he's taking my spot. Hello, Rex. You must be very tired. But he likes to sit up near the laptop and he's got his own pillow. He likes to watch, don't you? He's a good dog, but he's tired. He's so tired. I like to be extremely accurate with these guys. So that's what we're doing. So, even though it doesn't look like it much, it takes time. Yeah, since they came, like, Toby has been here. I kind of rescued him at 10 months, so he's, I think, 7-ish now. Rex is about a year and 10 months older. So Toby is nearly 7, Rex is nearly 9, I think, ish, or something like that. I think Rex will be 9 March. Toby is 8, I think, later this month. As far as I know. But yeah, they've never been more than a few feet away from me. Even if I leave the room for a half an hour, when I come back, they're all over me like I've been gone for a month. My blonde shadow. It is, yeah. Alright, I gotta get going, but I hope everyone has a lovely day and night. Hopefully the weather gets better for you. Bye everyone. And goodbye Laura, and thanks for stopping by. I appreciate it. It's probably daytime for you, probably noon. So I hope you have a good day. Take care and stay safe, Laura. Bye. Yeah, it's true. Get a big fleece blanket in a movie. Yeah, totally. Totally. Love the Bills, Croc. And thank you, Laura. And take care and stay safe. Right, let's carry on with this one, guys. It's going to be pretty repetitive, but that's part of the game, I suppose. Price we gotta pay. There. I like to get everything as perfect as possible. There we go. You can see this is going to take a bit of time, isn't it? I didn't decide on this till the last moment, but I did think around here was pretty Spartan. And I think this makes it much better. So the way I look at it is, we put so much work into this, it will be worth finishing it properly. There. That's an intersection. And that's how slow it's going to be. Taxi morning here in Australia. Yeah. Probably around noon, isn't it? 1 p.m. for you. Depending on where you are, obviously. But I think you're something like, depending on where you are, you're something like 8 to 10 hours ahead of my time. Oh, well, thank you, Hufflepuff. I don't care if it's something you might be minute. That's kind of you to say. Living in the future. Yeah. Totally. My time is roughly about 5 to 6 hours ahead of most of the time zones in the US. But I think Australia, depending, that's a huge place. 8 to maybe 8 to 11 hours ahead. There, I need to push that in a little bit. I don't much like doing stuff by eye. I think that would work. There. Yeah, you see there's a lot of these to go in. No, I could just smash them in, but... Ugh. But I've never settled for good enough. And that would kill me. That's decent. Try to get it in as, best I can. It's huge, isn't it? Yeah, it is. It's not bad. Yeah, there we go. That's another one. Oh, soon we'll have this entire floor done. We've just got 6, I think. Then we might... Oh, I keep trying to rush that food and water, but it's a good idea. And I'd say not to get that done until we're 100% ready for our settlers, because I don't want it stockpiling in the workbench. That's the last thing I want. There. What did I say? 6 to do this. I'm going to have a look at this upper one as well. They're the ones that concern me the most, to be honest. But at least I can't say we didn't put the effort in on this one. I wouldn't mind doing a pretty large build, like a small town or something. That would appeal to me, to be honest. But there's no way these houses in this game would take that kind of abuse. Too many pieces. Far too many pieces. Since I have 2 votes for Midwood, I'll do it next. Nice. I do have to track down... Ah, yeah, Black Book there, so... Perfect. It's not bad. Yeah. Well, there. There we go. 3 more and this entire floor is done, but this is the largest floor. Yeah, well, this should go quickly. I always come up with something like this at the end when we think we're going to finish, and then I see something I think it needs, and then we're off on another wild adventure. Yeah, living at large. I've nearly cleared my list, miscellaneous quest log. Oh, cool. Yep. Okay, 2 more. And then I'm going to have a look at this here. My God. Whew. This needs a double. Oh, what can we do? But surely, with the time I have here, and if I do a little grinding over the next day or so, I should get these out. But I really think it needs this. I think it's a nice finish too. You know, everything we've done. And I kind of think it's worth the effort. I'd say put as much effort from time to time into something less deserving. Now the second we get this guy in, we'll do a big main save. Yeah, it looks okay. That's a goodie. That's it, guys. So, and this is what we've done. We've done the entire floor. Now we've got to check the other one, and we'll see how it goes. I figure I could have the wedding to Caden. Oh, we're getting hitched on to Caden. And we'll honeymoon by killing his ex. Nice. My character, I think, will eventually probably tie the knot with Alia from the companions. Yeah. I think that's what will happen with my character. Obviously, I tried to persuade him otherwise, but he just won't listen. So yeah, that is now my garden 100%. Like, there's no way I could even come up with another crazy job anymore on this now. It just ruined it. That's it. That's what we're looking for. Now I need to get up to this walkway. This could be a tiny bit more complicated because, you know, we're basically doubling it here. What can we do? I think there's a bed on this walkway and we'll start from there. Okay, did ask me about level 20 or 30. So, he's been there a while. I'm now level 125. Ah, I see. There we go. Okay. This actually will probably be a lot more grueling than the last. Ah, I forgot about the walkways. Okay, let's give it a shot. We'll do it section by section. But this is literally the only thing we have left to do. I would have switched it if I could, but this is the finishing touch. I think she's dragging her feet on taking an arrow to the knee. Pretty much. But they're pretty underwhelming, let's say, in vanilla, or without using mods. The wedding in Riften. I assume the more friends you made, the more would be there. But at most, there's only about 4 or 5. And they pick them randomly from your group of friends. It's a pity, you know. Depending on the seating there, obviously, and the friends you've made. I think all of your friends should have coming. But I suppose, that's the way they did it in the game. There's a mod you can get for that. Oh, I see. Now, let's get this over with. I think it's the last touch we need. It will still make this, even after this, this settlement relatively quick for the type of build we have. See where we've got the double. Guys, there's a ton of these. I mean an absolute ton. But you see how much of a difference it makes, especially on the walkways. It makes a huge difference on the walkways. The wedding with Caden is a private ceremony. Oh, in the Rift. Now, here we go. Oh. Yeah. This is kind of excruciating because there's so many of these guys to do. And then I gotta get them kind of perfect, so... Place anywhere is not helping me, is it? There. But still, it'll go quickly enough. I think it's the final piece of the puzzle. Getting them facing the right way, obviously. There. Stupid. There. Pity we can't get them in faster, but I don't know any other way of getting these in accurately. Ooh. I'm sweating buckets with this humidity as well. I think in the next hour the temperature should go down a little bit. Now, it's a pity I couldn't place them at a certain angle, but I need the top showing. And that's basically the way it's gonna be. Ideally, if I had something else to do, I would do it, and then I would do most of this when I'm not streaming, but this is the last thing, guys. So we're pretty much stuck with it. Oh, hi Tigger. Fine, thanks. How have you been? We've come up with some other mad plan on this. I was never happy with the empty walkways and the window sections. So this is our very last thing to do. It's gonna take us a while. Yeah, I don't think we'll get it done in this run, guys. I was hoping I would, but that was before I came up with this silly idea. And that's gonna put a reasonable amount of time onto this build, I'd say. But you know me, always changing it. Always changing it. You missed a question from Jules. Sorry, Jules. So, from the creative process, do you just do it spontaneously, or do you think about it? Mostly spontaneous, Jules. Yeah. I have a rough idea of what I want when I get here. You know, what I want to build. And a rough idea, let's say, of how to build it, because I've built so many settlements. But as I build it, I take a quick look and see what I think would look best. Might try a few bits here and there, so on the fly, kind of. Yeah, kind of on the fly. And my apologies for missing your message, but I do get so kind of into this, I kind of blank out sometimes. Especially with the repetitive stuff. If I asked this question last week, I don't think you did. I think I've beaten you on the memory thing. My memory, Jules, is absolutely atrocious. Especially, let's say, during the day or the day before, but last week it's pretty good. Short-term memory, not so good. I am back to Google some stuff. Oh, cool, Tigger. I dig it. Oh, all good. Yeah, once my mind starts to, click in. Oh, you're the same way. Ah. Yeah, and thanks for that, Blonde. I appreciate it. If you ever see me, you know I would never purposely ignore um, a message. I just have a rough idea of what I want and then see what goes. I'd know the look I need, and I knew this would be the best, here. Kind of worked out then because we called it El Dorado, and yeah, it's a bit flashy, but I was looking for something different. And I think I managed that. But for me, the whole process of doing this is literally distraction, you know. So I can't complain, let's say, when I get, kind of deep into it. Hmm. Yeah, and thanks for that, Blonde. Appreciate it. If you ever see a message like that again, going a little bit too long, I've most likely missed it. And then, from Mixer, we used to get our message board on screen. If mine would pop up on screen, I'd notice it immediately. But I've got to turn my head to the left to look at my laptop, to look for messages, so I totally forget sometimes when I'm into something. Every artist has their medium. You found yours, and oh, well, thank you, for same with me. I find it to be super expressive. Oh, it's about 50 degrees here right now. Ooh, yeah, it's only 17 or 18 here, Blonde, but the heat I don't mind. 50 F. I think you mean F. Yeah. Yeah, 50 degrees. Unbelievable. Yeah, probably. Yeah, I don't know what it is in Fahrenheit, but it's 17 Celsius. Yeah, but we mostly do Fahrenheit here. So yeah, 50 Fahrenheit, decent. Yeah, Fahrenheit. 13. That's pretty decent as well. 17 here. Freezing. So what's... Oh, I was never good at conversion from Celsius to Fahrenheit. What's that, guys? 50. It's about 15, isn't it? What is it? What does it go again? And we're starting, let's say, from the 80s here, doing kilometers. Oh, we used to do miles. A little chilly but refreshing. 10, is it? Oh, yeah, that's a bit low, Blonde. 10. So 5 times. Ah, okay. Here it's 17, so almost twice what you're getting. I would have assumed, in the US, it would have been warmer, but then there's, it's so big. There's a lot of places there where I'd say it's quite cold. I'm not bad at maths, but just never really took the time with, we've always been on Celsius in my time. Now, let's say, I think since the late 80s, it's started been, they've changed from miles to kilometers, from Celsius to Fahrenheit, from pints to liters. Oh my God. From stone to kilo. Oh, now I've got to keep 2 things in my head. We've been getting frost. Oh, I haven't seen frost in... I've seen light frost maybe 3 times in the last 3 decades. And never lasted long. Unbelievably temperate here. Okay, might get a little chilly, but never freezing. Sometimes. It's the massive amount of rain we get all the time. I tried doing electrical engineering, because it did not work out, yeah. Yeah, you need to know there. No. In the past 20 years, I've seen two snowfalls, Joe. Each one lasted about 5 minutes, pretty light. It was only visible on the top of our dustbins, and within 15 minutes evaporated. The last decent snowfall I've seen was 1984. That was the last decent snowfall. The last real summer I seen was 1989. So ever since the 80s, the weather here has changed a lot. Most people don't recognize it because they're too young. They're used to the weather we have now. It's all I've ever known. But I'm old enough to remember, you know, what the seasons were like, you know, in the 80s and the 70s, you know. So I can see the difference. They told me when I was at elementary school that we were going metric, so we had to learn. It never happened. Centimeters instead of inches. Yeah, oh my god. Yeah. We got mountains of snow here, literally. If it's bad enough. Or Jasper. Yeah. I've always liked snow. But here it's almost like, I know I've said it before, like a perpetual spring or autumn, you know. We do get kind of summers, I suppose, but not like the ones I remember. And we're almost always overcast, so we get the heat without the bright sunshine. Depressing. No, I think it's the jet stream. Well, I know it's the jet stream that's been protecting us for so long. We're kind of ideally situated. Kind of the Goldilocks zone, I suppose. Florida. Ah, that would be cool. Okay, where's that stupid bed? Here it is. Okay. There we go. Now, let's get back to work. I dread doing this, but what can we do? This is extremely repetitive. Never seen a hurricane. Would like to see one, but I wouldn't like it to see it destroy a town or anyone get injured. But let's say out in the middle of nowhere, in a protected spot. I would love to see a hurricane. I've always been fascinated by tornadoes and hurricanes, extreme weather conditions. Maybe it's our lack of it here that, you know, gave me an interest. Yeah, they're pretty breezy. No, we have no hurricanes, no tornadoes, no earthquakes, none of that. Although I did see there about a decade or two ago, it was a freak thing. Less of a hurricane, more like a kind of dust devil. But it was in the UK. I think it was around Manchester, in a car park. A small kind of mini, I mean, maybe 3 foot, 4 foot high, kind of tornado looking thing started off. Only lasted about 10 seconds, 15 seconds. Somebody managed to record it on their phone and post it. But that got a lot of hits. Very, very weird. We have to go outside, so I think it's safe. Yeah, for the rest of your life. But I'm imagining if you got caught by surprise with one of those guys and, you know, you hadn't time to move away quickly and you had to hunker down in your home. I reckon that would be pretty scary, you know. Yeah, not so much here. Here it's been kind of seized, in a sense, you know, stopped. It's like we're stuck in, you know, the latter end of a summer. But I suppose it will change again. A combination, I suppose, of a lot of things. A natural system. And I kind of do subscribe that we're not helping it with pollution. I think at the very least, we're driving it forward quicker. There we go, guys. This is going to take a while, isn't it? I'm coming to Ireland. It's very temperate, but I hope you like rain and humidity. I'd say the only thing would, in the night at least, that would compete with the kind of humidity that we have here is a tropical jungle. You know, because of all the rain, you get a lot of humidity. But I've known people that immigrated here from, let's say, Eastern Europe and that, from some pretty cold regions, some really cold regions that were used to really harsh weather conditions. Didn't last long here before they got very sick, you know, even over a long period of time. But most adapted eventually. But it's hard to get used to humidity and damp conditions. Takes a long time. I was a little worried, but they're safe. Ah, that's good. Just allowed it out of them. But I think it's California in the US that's the kind of earthquake region, isn't it? Close to the it is the San Andreas fault, which I think that stretches all the way towards the Ring of Fire, let's say, volcanoes in Hawaii. California would be kind of a danger zone for that, wouldn't it? Yeah, I seen that on TV shows. They're getting a lot of kind of harsh weather conditions leading to a lot of fires. Oh, that was so sad. I always wanted to go to see where my ancestors came from. But it rains too much in Ireland for me. Where did you say they came from again? It wasn't Cork, was it? My ancestors lived there, I think, around Cork, 16th century, I think. Ah, it's not as bad as you might think. I keep complaining about the rain, but you know, it might rain once or twice, but it might go days without raining. But when it does start, you know, it might rain 5 times a day, but short spells, light. Then they would clear up pretty quickly, get bright skies, and a few hours after again, which makes it pretty good for Cork, yeah. Mine came from there, I'd say about the 16th century, maybe 17th. Kind of a little bit hazy on that. Mine came from Scotland. Nice. Blackburn. Oh, long time ago since I was there. On your mother's side. cool. Just found out that recently. Cool. Ah, that would have happened during, yeah. Blackburn, they adopted a name. I'm thinking then that, let's say they came in the 1800s. They would have coming in probably, no, the early 1900s, I suspect. Your ancestors came in, Joe. They would have been quarantined in, it's not Staten Island, it's Small Island, during the typhoid epidemic. I would say, yeah, O'Brien. Yeah, definitely. Oh, 1700s. Oh, they come over to Canada in the early 1800s. Nice. Oh, hi Suburban Wolf, how are you? Most, let's say, from Scotland would have been, and the Scottish would have been the early 1900s. How have you been, Wolf? Hope you've been well. I've come up with another crazy idea and it's going to take time. But we need to finish off the last of the decorations. I know I've kind of put myself in it here, but I think this is the only way we can proceed. The 1800s. Well, most of it would have been, let's say, of Irish descent anyway. It would have been during the two famines. The 1860s, which would have been probably the most known one. But there was a famine, I think, in the early 70s as well. There would have been a little bit of immigration before that, but not much. But mostly, let's say, at that time. Which was not a great time, let's say, for immigration, the 1860s, because that was smack dab in the middle of a civil war. There was another immigration, let's say, during the 1920s even. And that would have been, let's say, from the northern counties here. Nice, so we keep going with these and do the best we can. On my mother's side, my grandmother came over from Finland. Oh, cool. When she was 5, nice. Who were oh, yeah, Canada, French. Then the rest was history. In the yeah, they would have, in the 1700s. Yeah, they would have. It was pretty turbulent, let's say, during the 1700s. You had the French-British Indian Wars during that time. But mostly, let's say, the French and some other ones would have come over, let's say. They would mostly be doing trapping and stuff like that. And they were really early days, the 1700s. Then there would have been, during the early 1800s, there would have been, you know, obviously a lot came over during the land rushes, you know, as well. Then the rest would have been, let's say, more like, let's say, refugees, you know, because of famines and things like that. But strangely enough, they call it a famine here, which it never really was a famine. There was still plenty of food in the country. They were very close, knitted. Oh, they totally were. They had to be. Everyone had to have each other's back, Joe, to survive. Delhomme, so it's, yeah, cool. In French, There's a good few French here in Ireland as well. but it would be D, like Divani. There's a lot of Divanis. There's a lot of Norman as well, which is now Normandy, a part of France. But you're going back to the 12th century there. Mind all left because things were getting a bit tense. Ah. But my family never immigrated. We've been here since day one. Now there might have been branches. Let's say above my direct line, I couldn't find any sign of immigration. I could get back clearly to maybe, let's say, the early 1600s. It gets kind of cloudy, you know, before that. That's the Homesteading Act, the one I was talking about, the land rush. There would have been a lot of immigration for that one as well. They wound up all in Alberta. Cool. I have a large extended family that I haven't even met in Australia. I have a pretty large family. But most would be in the UK. I think there's some in the US as well. These would have been, let's say, members that my grandparents would have known, but would have immigrated around that time, so not known to me. Just got out of touch. Oh, nice. And I'm happy to have such a rich history. Cool. Alberta, I think, is in Canada, isn't it? I think it is. Not good at geography. Edmonton. Oh, nice. Yeah, it's not been my strong point. Unless there's some kind of history thing behind it, and then I tend to remember. Ah, Western Canada. Cool. Oh, you too. Cool. Seriously. Yep. Hey, neighbour. There you go. It's a small world, guys. It's a small world. There. I know it's grindy, but I can't think of another way to fill this. So how's your day been, Wolf? Mine was pretty so-so. Yeah. The usual kind of stuff, but peaceful. I think any day is a good day if it's peaceful. Yeah, you gotta give thanks for the small things. There. We'll eventually get it, guys. I can't think of any other way to do anything with these. This is probably our only chance. It is. That's not bad. This is a step I find tiring. I like to do something where I can see an end quickly, move to something else, but well. That's pretty decent. That's another side. Hey, we are here as your Mars support, Croc. You got this. Nice. And thanks for the support, Jules. But I will say something about this. It does tend to numb the mind. And sometimes that can be a good thing. I always struggle with back and neck pain. And this is a little bit like, let's say, you know, if you have a tiny paper cut and it's killing you, and then to distract you get someone with a baseball bat to break your leg, you totally forget about the paper cut. And you're more now concerned about the baseball bat to the leg. Something like that. A trade-off. Oh, nice, in 30 minutes. And Windsor is a little over an hour. Yeah, it's looking like it. Now, that's what I call distraction. No, it's just if I've got to do the same thing over and over. And this is a definition of repetitive. Now, if I could slide them in one piece, it wouldn't be so bad. But they're too low. I want to get the top piece showing, so I've literally got to measure it. And that's the bit that's getting to me. There. I use that term because as a kid I used to play a game here. I don't know if you're familiar with it outside of my country. Well, maybe a little bit in Australia. It's called hurling. It's, I suppose you could liken it to hockey in a sense, without the ice. Pretty rough game. And let's just say guys can get a little bit rough playing it and accidentally, you know, miss their target and nip you on the shin with it. But I used to pick up a few injuries here and there, quite painful. But a very fast game. The first time I went to Canada, I went because I wanted to see what was on the other side of the river I lived on. Oh, cool. It's too bad they can't make a copy and paste mod in this process. Yeah, apparently you can do it on PC, Jules. And then multiply it and get them down. Yeah, in one piece. Yeah. We play street hockey here. Oh, cool. Hey, if you need an extra guy, let me know. Yeah, I think it was Chance or someone was telling me you can do that ting on PC. I know there's a certain kind of satisfaction, I suppose, doing it the hard way. You know, like growing your own vegetables, kind of thing. Oh, in Met Central. North side. Oh, thankfully that Met thing is not a thing here. But give it time. There we go. Oh, across the street. Now, the only thing you get here with kids, for the vast majority, would be the likes of weed and cannabis and stuff. You know? That's about it. You go to the cities, there's a few that would be into maybe coke or heroin, the old 70s stuff. The meth thing, no, not here. But the vast majority of addicts in this country would be actually prescription addicts. And it doesn't necessarily mean they have an addictive nature or they wanted that. But a lot of people get hooked. Let's say they get an injury and their GPs tend to give them pretty strong painkillers, not telling them the risks and keeping them on them for a long time. So I have great sympathy for people in that position. And it got there through no fault of their own. Oh, an overdose there. Oh, really? One of the reasons why I won't take the painkillers that prescribed to me. They're pretty heavy stuff. And my condition is pretty much forever, so that would not be the best way to proceed, I think, for me at least. Until it gets to the stage where I have no choice. Oh. Yeah, this is no Eden, trust me. But it seems here, whatever the current thing is, we kind of fall into it about 2 decades later. So I can see it eventually, coming here. Or 3 decades. Now, let's get these guys in. The whole drug problem is kind of complicated. Medical companies don't really help much. 3 friends, oh my god. Would they because of that junk? The last one was a guy that hit, oh my. Oh, my condolences. That's sad. But I think with meth, from what I've read about it, it's relatively easy to make and kind of cheap. But meth is by no means a modern drug. That thing was sold during the 30s as a pick-me-up tonic. Let's say when regulations were a lot more lax. But even cocaine was sold as a tonic up until the early 1900s, I think. But he's been missing for a week. Oh, the one you were talking about, that was drug related. Oh. Oh yeah, it does eventually. Alright. Oh, these ones need a little turning, I'd say. Ah, yeah, it will take time, but we'll get it. Bit of persistence. It is quite brutal, Jules. Yeah, that's correct, Dora. It was given to the Waffen. It was given to the Waffen, let's say, during the invasion of Poland. And they went through Poland pretty quickly on that stuff. And they were like supermen, but they were basically drugged. They were told it wasn't the soldier's fault. They were told it was a vitamin. You know, it kind of picked me up, but it was met. Yeah, correct. Oh, it's not. It's the Voff. I forget. My German is not good. W's. Let me see what word they're pronounced again. The Waffen, isn't it? I think that's what they call them. Regular armor, yeah. The positive frame of memory is good to talk about these things, yeah. How much Croc's voice is soothing, chat should reflect the vibe. I did over the years, especially as a kid, read a lot of World War II history. Pretty interesting. Well, any history is. There. It's not bad. But it definitely solves our problem on the walkways. Oh. Here we go, guys. But you can see there's quite a few of these to do. It is, isn't it? It's always been my favourite subject, Jules. It's just that we needed that little bit here. And it's visible from inside as well. But a lot to do. history can be a great teacher. It gives one the ability to learn from other people's mistakes. But I think most importantly, if you follow timelines and attitudes and stuff like that, it kind of gives you a little bit of a heads up on, a lot of situations today, how they could turn out. It can be eerie how similar, if you change a few characters and a few things around, how similar, the situations can be. Yeah, it repeats with every few generations because the generations who learn their lessons from that time have passed on. And, unfortunately, humankind only learn from mistakes that they've got to make themselves. That's how it seems to be. But imagine if we could learn from other people's mistakes. What's that old saying again? Those who do not learn from their mistakes are doomed to repeat them. I think it's a human trait, Jules, to be honest. I don't think it's something we'll ever get away from too soon, at least. Unless we play God with our genetics. But yeah, I don't think it's necessarily passed down. I suppose there would be certain genes that would kind of push us more that way, but I think it's in all of us. It's fostered and it's encouraged by both nature and nurture. Depending on your formative years in your childhood. Yeah. Now, what did I do with these things, guys? I know they're in here somewhere. But you can see the same things over and over again through history. Characters are different, obviously. Circumstances slightly different, but basically the same thing over and over. During the Middle Ages we had aristocracy, oppression. Now I see it much differently. There's a new aristocracy, and that's the haves. And the have-nots, well, now we're the serfs. So, titles might change, positions might change, but the system is kind of the same. We do have more power now to change the system, but only if everyone is united, and that I can't see that happen anytime too soon. Money, it always was. Even in history, behind certain events was always money. It's always money. Money is power, and, from there. Yeah, I've always considered myself to have scruples as well. Love will always be static. Yeah, it's the one static thing. And it will always be there, correct. You've got a story, cool. To a certain extent, to a certain extent. It will get you up there with the big guys. But you would use that money and you would acquire things, including people. That's where the real power is. The real power is using your money in the right way. And the real power, well, we don't even know the guys with a real power. The guys with real power, we don't even know them. You just push certain events in certain ways and, you know, that kind of thing. That's where the real power lies. A kind of power behind the throne sort of thing. You would, let's say, whatever business or whatever benefits you the most, you know, you'd be pushing in that sense. They did until the Spanish came along. Yeah. To ever, let's say, what we craved here, whether it be spices or tobacco at one stage. Another stage was cotton. Always some commodity. Well, chocolate is pretty awesome, yeah. Gotta agree with you on there. But all boils down to one thing and one thing only. The acquisition of wealth and what it can buy. It's not as bad now, I suppose, in some senses as it was during the Middle Ages. Or maybe it's just more covert. I just loaded up on chocolate on my grocery. I tend to do that as well, unfortunately. Ah, this is so aggravating. There it is. Yeah, some of these don't have center points, so they could take a bit longer. And there's much more of them. That's the direction they need to be facing in. What kind of chocolate? Milk bars, Cadbury. Nice. Sweet. No pun intended, yeah? I only tend to be interested if I'm watching a movie. It's my weak spot with chocolate, I'm afraid. But as far as vices go, I suppose it's not the worst. And tobacco, that's my biggest vice. Nice coffee. Could never acquire a taste for coffee or tea, which is strange. I'm definitely a minority there, especially in my country. It's a big kind of tea drinking country. Aero bars, nice. The mint ones are quite good. And tobacco, No, could never acquire a taste for it. But then having said that, the coffee here in my country is rubbish. But who knows? Maybe if I was introduced to coffee at an early age and it was drinkable, I might have acquired a taste for it. I suppose coffee is kind of a culture thing as well. But the stuff here is literally rubbish. Coffee is amazing. So I finish college, I'm going to start a cafe. Yeah, it's a big business. Yeah, coffee is a big business. Yeah, best of luck with that. I hope it works out. Start off something small. Try and make yourself unique. Maybe some kind of flavor or a certain process you do the coffee. You would definitely have to be offering something a little different. It's a pretty competitive game now. Hmm. That's your main go-to, cool. Oh, at least we have them worked out in the correct way. Okay. Okay. My God, there's so many of these guys. That's actually wrong. There. All of these little guys are seemingly wrong. There. There. That's it. Okay, cool. Okay, that's everything in place now. The hard part. I am too. But I'm, no budget. Otherwise I'd be grinding my own. Cafes are a risky business, they are. Yeah, there's too many. There's too much competition. It's the same with restaurants. You know, even if you do everything right, sometimes it just doesn't work. I get some pods. But I choose, a French press. Down here too. The place is closed down, yeah. Well, COVID did do a lot. Right. Okay. The bed is here as well. Right, let's get ready to rumble. This will be our saltiest bit, really. Oh, nice. It was. It totally knocked him out, and that's not good. You know, with the small businesses gone, the larger businesses will kind of clump together, and that's when you see, with less competition, prices starting to rise for the silliest reasons. There's a lot of companies that, okay, let's say they didn't do a ton of business during the pandemic, and yes, you know, the transportation costs, I believe that would have risen a little bit. But, you know, during record profits that they've been making, they could have easily have absorbed the costs and getting some goodwill. But they're not in the game for goodwill. They're in the game for profit. Here have small businesses. Here too. Yeah, they did. Anyone who was out of work, let's say who was, you know, working full time. And if that business, that job wasn't essential, they were forced to stay home. But the government matched their wages to, in most cases, about 80%, which would have been a big hit for the country for such a long time. Of course, essential jobs had to keep going. Food, fuel, things like that. Yeah, kind of. But the amount of gains they have unrestricted, you know, these companies can't even believe what they're getting away with. They feel like gods at this stage. But there's a lot of CEOs in these companies, let's say the more cautious ones, are trying to push companies to be a little less nasty because they can see where this is going. But every time they push and there's no response and they make more profits, they'll keep going. Eventually, until it all ends. But like the response to the people who started to burst, you know, cost untold trillions. What did they do? They reimbursed them their money at the taxpayers' expense for gambling. Nobody even asked them to do it. Unbelievable. The banking sector. Very, very shady. Gotta start growing your own beans. Cool. It was $6 a can. Now 11. Oh, almost double. Prices here on groceries, I would say, if you add it up across the board, good 20%. Yeah. Now, if everything goes up 20% and your wages stay stagnant or goes up a couple of percent, well, that's not good, is it? So, if you were just getting by, you have maybe two choices. Number one is cut your expenses, but you can only do that for so long. Number two is take on more work, which is not good, you know? Ah, yeah, literally. Literally. But as the system turns ahead where companies want every year to make more every year than they did the last, when they squeeze what they can, which usually happens from the prices they can charge, which they usually all kind of clump together and form a cartel. And they would rig prices, keep them artificially high. The oil industry is probably the best example, and the medical industry of that. They'll start under workers. What do they call it? Maximum productivity. They'll give them more hours and pay them less. And because if somebody quits, they can easily replace them. And the unions don't have any teeth anymore. Well, it's a buyer's market, isn't it? Now, okay, let's get this one in. Here. Cool. Okay, it'll take time, but we'll get it eventually. Oh. Kind of changed my mind on that one now, to be honest. Here we go. It's a nasty one, but I think we should be able to get it. Some of the big companies were crying because instead of 3 billion, yeah, they only made 1. Boo-hoo. It would, in a perfect world. I totally agree. Heart bleeds, yeah. I think what we should do is have a whip round for these companies. When COVID started, my company did a 2-week shutdown to be safe. I started playing with making, oh nice, emojis for streamers on day 1, and by day 4 I was able to crank them out in about 30 minutes. Cool. The second week off I made more money from emojis than I did working for 60 hours. Oh, that's good. Oh, that's really good. Nice. In my experience, no good deed goes unpunished pretty much. Sometimes. I have a lot of streamer friends. Nice. But you were one of the lucky few, Wolf. There is a company that does emojis. They keep spamming you on YouTube. And that. And they're kind of ridiculous. It was like 150 from my tree. Oh, ridiculous. Yeah. 60 a pop. My god. Yeah, but original designs are different. You've got to put a lot of original designs. I've seen one company there and they're pretty basic ones. And they're like 80 and $100 a piece. But these are big companies. You know, once you do design and that takes time. That I can understand. Someone who was living in the Salvation Army. Oh, for an hour and a half before. She gave me the knife. Maybe she gave me for getting involved. Unbelievable, isn't it? Yeah, unbelievable. I have a daily goal, and I would love everyone to try it. Which is, what's your goal? Good deed for the day. Mine was, I bought breakfast for a homeless man. Ah. Oh, that was cool. Yeah, if everyone did that. It reminds me of a story. This was a one-off, let's say, and you know, I wouldn't blanket this over every situation. But it was this guy, and he used to take the tube in London every morning to work. It can if everyone did so. And it was this lady selling paper flowers, and I think it was £1 each for these paper flowers. But every morning he would stop by and he would give her maybe £2 or £3, and he would never take the flower. But this was going on for about a month or so. He would stop by where she was before he cut his tube, and he would drop maybe 2, 3, or whatever he could afford at the time into her basket and not take the flower. But one morning he dropped the money in, and as he was walking away, she called him back. So he thought it was to thank him, you know, for giving him more than she asked and not taking her product. But when he turned to her, she said, from now on, she said, the flowers are £5 each. I don't know how true that story is. But when, when you said no good deed goes unpunished, I just thought of that one. It's a bit like that saying, give a mouse a cookie. But I wouldn't use that as a blanket thing. But I suppose there are some people out there that would take that kind of thing as a weakness. On my way to work, I stopped and left a little love note I wrote in my wife's car. Oh, cool, at her job. I suppose that's not a good deed, but it made her day. Oh, that's cool. Yeah, it was a good deed. Yeah, of course it was a good deed, I think. It doesn't matter if your good deed affects many or just the one, whether you know that person or not. It does have a ripple effect. I would definitely consider that a good deed. It is. Yeah, it is. It does have a ripple effect. I'm actually going to buy some food next month and donate it in the holidays. Nice. Yeah, that's really good as well. I did a lot when I could work, of charity work. Mostly with animal shelters and that. My wife also did. She worked for a long time for free in like kind of thrift shops, and the proceeds would go to animal shelters. I did a lot of work for free as well. But as my health got worse, and then in modern times, it's not like before you could help them out. Now it's all kind of, oh, well, we've got to insure you and all of that stuff. So we're not really interested in that kind of help anymore. Well, I used to be pretty decent at carpentry, and, groundwork is very helpful as let's say, animal shelters, building pens and drainage systems and, things like that. It is. It's good math. It is. Totally agree. Yeah, it does good to oneself as well. Oh, I liked it. I actually liked it. I used to do landscape gardening for, let's say, the last 2.5 decades of my working career. I pretty much tried every job at one stage or another. But even, let's say, here, until I couldn't anymore because of my injury, I did have a hobby of CCTV and satellites, and I've always loved that kind of stuff. But I would be forever doing that kind of work for neighbours for free. Setting up security systems for old people. If they were worried, cameras, alarms, things like that. I found that to be very, very satisfying, to help older people. Last year I helped a family for, oh, that's cool. That's cool, Granny. My mother-in-law would love you, yeah? Directed to Croc. Ah, I see. Oh, that's really cool. An EMT. Nice. I volunteer hours every week in my local rescue squad. That's admirable. When I'm not working. My regular job. It is. It's never about the money. That kind of work I find way more rewarding. Especially working with older people. Even if it's just something simple like maybe just, rearranging their steps so they don't trip, or the more complicated things like alarms and CCTV and stuff, just for their peace of mind. Very, very rewarding. Yeah, I'm pretty much like that. I can't lift anymore. It was a big blow to me. I've always been very, very active. And now, if I lift something heavy, even if it's just, 5, 6 kilos, I do run a slight risk of making my condition much worse, or worst case scenario, being paralyzed. So it took me a good while to learn to live with it, but I did. I found solace in realizing that, if that injury was just a little worse, I would have been paralyzed, a paraplegic. So I do thank my lucky stars that, that wasn't the case, and count my blessings. And, adapt and learn to live with it. I would say so, yeah. Yeah, and that's cool. I started young in life. I used to go around and help early. Yeah, pretty much that was our system as well. Our stress to the limit. And as a they were on a daily basis, at times they could see. Yeah, you do need a bit of a break as well. But I've always liked working with my hands to be outside. Inside, with this kind of factory work and stuff, it almost felt like a prison to me, even from the earliest time. But I suppose most people are like that and just grow to accept it. Okay, we're getting there. I haven't ever been a full-time EMT, part-time. It was a certification I got through my job to be a first responder. Nice, but I like to use it. Yeah, you have the skills, and when it's needed, you donate. That's very good of you, Wolf. That's not bad. I think we do something like that. Get this one in here. Oh, you see, that's the problem. I've got to work these at an angle. I've got to get them reasonably spaced as well. They tend to look a little off. Okay. I'm much too fussy for my own good. Yeah, I'd say that would do. There. Eventually, we'll get them. Piece by piece. The hours didn't really bother me that much either. It kept me busy. I think that was the biggest adjustment. Having so much time. Not as easy as it sounds. You need a ghoul in coveralls whose only job is to walk around and water your plants. Definitely. I think I might need a few gardeners here, Wolf. True. I'm running around on fire. There's a couple of... Really? Oh. Oh my. If we seen a guy on fire running down the street, oh my god. Seriously. Oh. No, thank goodness I've never seen anything like that. I don't know, in medical conditions, let's say accidents and stuff like that, I might find it hard to cope. I tend to feel a great sadness when I see suffering. I don't know if I would be suitable for that kind of work. It hits me hard. Especially if there's young people involved, you know. I don't know if I could cope with that. They get high and oh yeah, I think I've heard of that one. And they blow up, don't they? Yeah. Yeah, some horrible, horrible injuries. Oh, no problems, you. Yeah, we were just talking about EMTs and such. And Mad Bat was saying he's seen some pretty disturbing things. Yeah, probably went wrong, and yeah, apparently it's very combustible, isn't it? It's after midnight. Ah, pumpkin time, so I'm going to call it a night. And thanks for stopping by, Blonde. Appreciate it. Hope you have a great night, good rest, and great day tomorrow. Stay safe, Blonde. Bye. Now, I'm going to put on my fluffy socks because the temperature has dropped a bit here. And I think I might have low blood pressure, so just to be safe, we can't have cold toes. Yeah. You know those ones, they're not exactly socks. They're really fluffy and warm. You just use them to walk around the house. Everyone needs them, yeah. They're really comfortable. What I might do as well, guys, is close this window here behind me. Starting to get a bit chilly. And Croc does not need pneumonia. There, I just had to open it up a little bit because of the humidity. But I think the humidity is after dropping. Moose socks. Oh, nice. It's pretty hard here to find a decent set. But then again, I don't leave much in the past 6-7 years, more than maybe 50 miles from where I live, so, you know. Let me see now. I have to get them in the right direction. Yeah, okay, 2 turns from that side. There. That's the right direction. Oh my god, there's so many of these. We have our work cut out for us, guys. And we'll do it piece by piece. Can't be as bad as building this settlement. Yeah, massive area, isn't it? You got this, Croc. One step at a time. But usually if I was doing this, I'd do a tiny bit, go to something else. Less boring. Okie dokie. Right. Well, we're getting there. That's a good area. What have we done anyway? Well, we've done a decent area. I think we've done about half of it, haven't we? Pretty much. This will make a big difference. No any good jokes? Oh, not really. I know thousands of jokes, but every time I try to think of them, if I force myself to, no, they don't come. Usually if someone says a joke, it reminds me of something. Yeah, I can never think of them when I want to. But most of the best jokes, let's say, that one would know would not be exactly suitable for social media. You know, that kind of stuff. They always seem to be the funniest. Gotcha. Yeah, exactly. I'll see while I'm working here if I can think of a few acceptable ones. But I will tell you a joke, and it's not a joke. It's actually a true story. I know the people it happened to. I don't know them personally. I'd know them to see them. But my town is quite small. It only has a population of about 3,000 to 4,000. So there's a local area, you know, that's been here, let's say, a small area, since, you know, centuries. But in this little area anyway, there was this guy, And he comes down from Dublin, starts going out with this girl, eventually marries her, and they settle in her little area. But anyway, apparently they wanted to do some family planning. So the wife goes to her GP, her doctor, a family doctor, a general practitioner, and she asks for some contraceptives. So he gives her some contraceptive pills and tells her when, how they're taken and all of that. So that's okay. So a few months later, she comes back to the GP and she complains that she's gotten pregnant. So the doctor asks her, have you been missing the tablets? Have you been taking them when you're supposed to? And she said, and this is true, she said, yes, she said, my husband takes them every morning right on time. And he just looks at her dumbfounded. The guy was actually taking the pills. And that is a true story. That was absolutely unbelievable. I didn't believe it myself, to be honest, the first time I heard it. How silly is that? And that's actually true. There's another guy, and strangely enough, what was his name? Lucky something? Or Lucky they used to call him. I think it was because of his accident. But he's a friend of a friend of a friend. Kinda known to see him, to be honest. But he was working on the building site. Yeah, the best ones are true. Some of them, they're so out of it, they don't seem real. He was working on a building site. And he was told time and time again to wear safety shoes, but he was one of those guys. But there was bits of wood all over the place. I used to have to make sure my wife took hers every morning for years, or we'd have 10 kids by now. I just went and got a vasectomy to save myself the trouble. Safer. Safer. But he would never wear his safety shoes. But he was prancing around the building site. So somebody left out a piece of probably 2x4 with a large nail. So he stepped on it. And it came right up through his shoe and out the other side. Horrible. Not life-threatening or anything like that, but extremely sore. And you're talking about a lot of shots for that one. But he was kind of in shock. You did that. Oh my God, I can only imagine the pain. But it was a fuse box beside him. Now remember, this was a building site, so these houses were half done. But all of the electric wasn't rigged up, so the fuse box wasn't live. But to balance himself when he got hurt, he put his hand on the fuse box to balance himself with his leg kind of in the air that had the nail. But he started screaming, obviously, after he stepped on the nail. So someone was quite close and they were working. So they heard him screaming and they seen his hand on the fuse box. They were convinced he was being electrocuted. So they couldn't grab him to push him off the box. So the guy grabbed the 2x4 and hit him quite hard on the shoulder to get him off the box. That actually worked, but it broke his shoulder blade in 3 places. So not only did he step on the nail and have that injury, because he was screaming and his hand was on the electrical box and the guy misunderstood. You seen him screaming. So, yeah. I'm not sure if his nickname was Lucky before or after that, to be honest. But that, again, is actually a true story. So some strange things. But I can tell you one thing. I don't think he was lucky. I think now that I think about it, maybe, they were kind of roasting him and gave him that nickname. I think his name could not have been Lucky before that. But I have stepped on a nail from time to time, but never it went right through. My worst experience was I was helping a friend. He was doing some insulating in his attic. You know, you use that fibre. It's quite dangerous now, we're not allowed to use it. And then, let's say, when we were doing that, we were putting up the canvassing and we were studding it in. But we were using those carpet tacks, you know, those extremely long, sharp, gruesome, medieval-looking tacks. Those ones. But I had them spread out on the floor and it was quite dark and I was picking them up and, you know, nailing up the canvas. But when I dropped them on the floor, I didn't notice that one of them was literally standing up. The odds were pretty, you know, against it that you would drop them and one of them would literally stand, because the top of the brad, I think that's what they call them. They use them on couches as well, is quite small, but it did. And I was walking in on my knees and I walked on it. It went right through my kneecap. And when it did, I could hear the suction when it went right through to the bone. And I had to pull it out. But no damage, luckily enough. That was extremely painful. I could literally hear it pop. And when I took it out, some white water, some fluid came right out. Clean puncture, yeah. I was lucky. There was another instance where an idiot, a friend of mine, well, back when I was quite young, I did have an interest in electrics. And it was kind of handy, to be honest. But I would never take anything on too complicated. Oh my God, with a hatchet. Oh, that sounds bad. But he was building his own house and he had this kind of mobile home kind of thing. So, you know, he had it wired up and he was complaining to me that did a fuse box, it kept blowing. So I said I'd have a look. So I traced everything back. I couldn't see anything wrong. But he had a lead coming in, you know, into his mobile home. And it was going behind a wall and it was coming out what I thought was into a plug. And then he had his fridge, and then he had a wire coming from the fridge with a plug, obviously, and that was plugged into the socket. So all he was really using in it was a fridge for the time being. So obviously I plugged out the fridge and I was getting ready to open the socket to see if there was any loose connections that was causing that kind of feedback, you know. So I left the plug on the ground, and again I had to kind of lie on the floor because it was in an awkward position. The bunk was kind of coming out and I had to kind of slide under, a little bit like getting under a car. So the plug was on the ground, was on the floor, and it was exposed, obviously, which shouldn't be a problem. And it was quite close to my naked elbow. So as I was opening up the socket, my elbow glanced off the plug. I got a massive shock. We do 220 here, but it literally kind of moved me about 4 feet and slammed me against the wall. And I was a bit dazed. And I said, what happened there? That's impossible. But I'll tell you what the idiot did. The lead that was coming through, let's say from the house that he was plugging in to the mobile home, on the end of that power lead, he put the plug. And on the lead coming from the fridge, he put the socket. That's how stupid he was. And he had it all nicely, you know, on the wall, screwed on. So how was I to know that somebody would be that stupid to do such a thing? And I never realized it. But I was quite lucky. But I would never grab a plug or a wire with my hand, you know. That's a no-no. You can get easily killed with 110. The current I think they use in the US, but here there's really no chance on 220. But I think it's the amp, isn't it, that gets you, not the voltage. I was 8 years old chopping wood. My dad left me unsupervised. Oh my God, that sounds like a disaster. and I was chopping kindling, and I missed the hatchet and hit my wrist. Ooh. Oh. They were clamping. Oh, we were camping at the time. So it wasn't, oh my god, any first aid. Could stitch the wound closed. My dad told me to just turn up my wrist and hold the wound closed. And lo and behold, it was closed and on its way. Healed by morning. You were lucky then. It wasn't quite deep. I have a distant relative. Very distant. But I remember the story. And she wasn't a kid. And the idiot chopping the wood wasn't a kid either. So he was chopping some wood. But she would have been about 16 at the time. And he would have been the same. So he must have been showing off. But he was getting her to hold the wood as he was chopping it with a huge axe. Well, really, she shouldn't have been doing that. But apparently, as he was coming down with the axe, chopped off 4 of her fingers. 3, I think. I think they managed to save the 4th one. And to this day, she's got to wear a black glove. Lost 3 fingers. But who would hold a block for someone? You know, unbelievable. The guy who asked her to hold the block was silly, but the person who held the block was even more silly. I would never ask anyone to put herself in harm's way like that. Oh no, you don't get... It's very easy for, let's say, to get a glancing blow with an axe. And I'm not talking about a big log. I'm talking about something maybe, you know, with a diameter less than an ashtray. You know? Nobody holds a block. That was nasty. But kids. But I was a kid, and I did some silly things. I remember when I was working for this crowd, and we were doing roof repairs, and I'm going way back, you know. Where we're talking about 3-story buildings, and below those 3-story buildings you would have a concrete path. Not that if you fell, it didn't matter what was beneath you, you were pretty much dead meat. So, you know, we would use... Well, to be honest, thinking back, the safety equipment was not adequate. But I would literally, without any safety harness, run across ridge tiles 3 stories up, with no safety ropes, doing this. Never slipped or fell. And I had no fear. But now, at my age, when I think back, I say to myself, you absolute idiot, what were you doing? One slip and you were absolutely dead. And it's made me, well, a little bit today afraid of heights. Isn't that strange? Oh, twice. I got hit by lightning. Never a ground flash once. No, I've been quite lucky there. Alright, my love, I must retire for the night. See you next time. And thanks for hanging out and stopping by, Tigger. I appreciate it. I hope you get a good rest and have a great day. And I'm extremely glad you got some good news. That was really good. And I hope you have a great day. Take care and stay safe, Tigger. Bye. No, not as a kid. But now in my later years, thinking of all the stupid things I did, yeah, it's made me a bit apprehensive. I did some really silly things. I had no fear. Absolutely none. But the guys in charge that watch me do this, those are the guys I blame. You know? I was just a kid. They should have known better. But I could work 3 times faster than anyone else. And they didn't mind that I could be killed in an instant. I suppose that's what it boils down to. But if I had a company and I had, young people working for me, I think their safety would be paramount, you know? As a kid, yeah. Oh, like 5 to 10. No, I was most likely in my late teens. With gunpowder. No, not smart. No, we don't have access to gunpowder here. So, I was never really familiar with guns. I did obviously have a BB gun, an air gun as a kid. Then they started to even change the laws for that during the late 80s, I think. They required a lot of paperwork and license, and it just wasn't worth it. I only used to use it on tin cans and stuff, but it was fun. But a powerful air gun can be a pretty deadly weapon as well, I suppose. I smartened up. Oh, yeah. Oh, that's mega dangerous. I did consider they were hiring here for an oil rig. Um, you know, I wouldn't have had to brush. I'm talking a long time back. I'm talking decades and decades and decades ago. I wouldn't have to do much brushing up, let's say, to qualify for that one. And I did have the contacts, you know. But I decided against it because it was pretty solitary, you know. It would have been probably 2, 3 weeks on, a week off or something like that. Oh yeah, yeah, a lot was easier in the 70s. Same here. But that's when I was young. Now, 3 weeks in a solitary place totally wouldn't bother me. It's funny too how you change. I was young. And maybe I broke a bigger cross. I did tank cleaning for Clean Harbours, and your life was always in the hands of the safety team because you were under air and if you know what you were doing. I knew a guy whose friend died doing something similar. They would clean out large slurry tanks, and you needed your safety equipment because you would be overcome pretty quickly. But whatever happened, this guy was not into masks and stuff. But he was doing it unsupervised, which is a no-go. And apparently he got overcome by the fumes and died, unfortunately, in a large tank. Yeah, you're right. Pretty dangerous, you know. But it happens apparently slowly. You just get a little weak and dizzy, and then before you know it, you're on the ground, and then you're dead. But these were like large slurry tanks. The gas, the vapors from it would have been deadly. It is. It is. Yeah, it died. Another old school friend of mine, we lost contact, let's say, back in the 70s when we moved. But he was for a while an old school friend. We totally lost contact from about the age of maybe 12. I did see him about 15 years later for a little while. And that was it. That's the only contact we had. But I found out about 20 years ago, I would have been 25, maybe a little more. He always had an interest in mechanics. But he was apparently pretty careless, and from that I can understand, because I remember him as a kid. He could be pretty careless sometimes. But he was doing something beneath his car. He was lying on, this little kind of mat thing he had down. But he needed some light, but he used a naked light bulb with no cage. So he left it beside himself, and he was doing something. And then he rolled over to do something else and forgot about the light. And the filaments from the bulb went straight through his back. He died of electrocution. You can never be too careful when it comes to electric, you know. Oh, hydrogen is nasty. Yeah. Yeah, it will. There was a lot of disasters and experiments when they were doing that hydrogen submarine in the very early 1900s. The whole crew died because of that. Basically, yeah, it's a silent killer. But all gas is pretty much inert in smell. They actually add chemicals to it when it's sold. So if it does leak, it gives you a warning. Yeah, like natural gas in particular. That has absolutely no smell. I'm not sure about methane. Oh, you will. You got to be really careful about your masks. Yes, it is. Yeah, so you can detect it. Yeah, it is. It's pretty easy to make, guys. Your own gas. Did you ever see the process? I mean, simply easy to make. You could pretty much power your home for a year on maybe half a dozen barrelfuls of cow dung. And the equipment you need you can make from scrap. Not that complicated. I knew a guy once who was big into that, but he was going to do the gas thing. But obviously the council stepped in. Too dangerous. Wouldn't give him permission. I'm not sure. I think it has the natural gas, isn't it? It would. It'd have that bacteria smell, I suppose. Yeah, I think I might have seen something. There is wood gas. Yeah, you're correct there. The vapors from it. Yeah, I've seen that one. I've seen that one. But the same guy, let's say, there was a pretty rural area. There was a small stream up high above, and he used that old, let's say, to get water pressure in his house. He used that thing the Romans used, you know, where you would successively make a channel a little smaller, rushing the volume of water into it, creating a kind of pressure. Basically, you would use a length of pipe, let's say, and then add another piece, you know, let's say with a slightly smaller opening, and you would kind of grade it down. You would create that. He did it, the stream wasn't that far away, but he was lower than the stream. You know, and he regulated, he got perfect pressure. Pretty good, really. On diesel. On YouTube, cool. It is, Jules. But you could if you wanted to live off the grid. You know. But what fascinates me most is wind power and solar. Always had an interest. Never looked that much into it. But the process of, you know, a wind turbine is kind of simple, you know. It's just basically passing a magnetic current over a copper coil. And electric is generated similar, except, you know, that process is huge, and you know, to turn that turbine, yeah, that use fossil fuel, unfortunately. Solar is the way to go. But I think it would have to be supplemented by wind, you know. Although that's, well, yeah. Well, there's another way. I've seen them experiment with it in the deserts. I think in the US as well, which I think is quite good. They had these extremely large vats filled with a kind of special translucent oil, and that would heat up in the desert sun, and that would power some turbines. Brilliant. Yeah, direct current and alternating current. Well, it was all direct in the beginning, Jules. But they found that they had to basically place, what do they call them? You know, those large boxes. It didn't travel too far. They tried to do the Channel crossing, let's say, or the Atlantic crossing in the US with that. But the more power they ran down, they would keep blowing out the wires. But it was another guy came up with an idea. What he did was he basically changed the settings. Let's say if you're doing 100 volts, 110 in the US, he would send it down 105, then 110, then 107. He would keep changing the settings, and it created a kind of ripple effect. One current would literally push the other. You know what I mean? Yeah, transformers. That's what I'm thinking about. You had to use too many transformers. It did start off that way. But it was the alternating current. And that was the one, obviously, that wasn't true. You could go much, much further, you know. But you just change the amperages, or the voltage. But if you use a multimeter on electricity, here anyway at least, and probably the same in the US, it will show, let's say it's 220, but it would say, 210, 215, then 27, and maybe 220, and it would keep doing that. Well, that's the alternating current. Well, basically DC and AC is the same. It's just AC is sent in waves on different voltages, and it works like the ripple effect on a pond. I would say one wave would push the other further. As far as I know about that one. If I can remember my history, the guy who actually came up with that, he was kind of conned, wasn't he? Edison. Yeah, I think I remember that. Edison was Edison. Am I thinking about now? Bell is the guy who did the phones. Yeah, not Edison. Edison was the inventor. But wasn't it Bell? Wasn't he? Didn't he believe in eugenics? Didn't he try to put a ban up, let's say, for stopping deaf people from joining regular schools and that? Not a lot known about that guy. I remember reading his history. I think that was Bell. And then Edison. But wasn't Bell the guy? Elijah Bell. That's him. Yeah. Well, funny story about Bell. When he was doing that patent for the telephone, there was another guy working on it as well. He was called Elijah Gray. And, he was on par with Bell. But anyway, when it was time to get a patent, Elijah allegedly, went in and filed his patent. And the guy told him it would take a while to do so. But allegedly, this guy in the patent office was a cousin of Bell. So Bell came in right quick and managed to get his patent in before Elijah Gray. Was it Bell? Yeah, it was one of them. Yeah, I think it was Bell. He was. He was. But a shady dude, if I can remember my history. Washington had a patent for air brakes. Nice. And was working in conjunction with AC current and alien power. Nice. Oh, hi Gollum. Hi, how are you? Hope you've been well. How have you been keeping? He made his own light bulb without Edison's patent. Yes, there was a good few inventors that were kind of shut out. But isn't it true during the 1930s or that there was a few companies, General Electric would have been one, but basically there was too much competition, and the light bulbs were basically lasting far too long and too cheap. So they were putting each other out of business. So they all got together, and it's the first instance of a literal cartel that I can think of, and decided to drastically raise their prices and manufacture their light bulbs so they didn't last as long. That would have been the first instance of what they call now planned obsolescence or planned something, where they would basically, like they're doing with the phones, they would design them so they would break down pretty quickly, so you'd buy another one. Planned obsolescence. Yeah. I'm doing great. Oh, that's good to hear, Gollum. Yeah, yeah. That would be the first instance I could think of. But that was General Electric and a few other companies. Also, Henry Ford was a strange character. A very, very strange character. But he did have a seriously good idea. During the steel shortage, during the Second World War, he wanted to make his cars from hemp. Now, if you get a chance, guys, YouTube that hemp car, it's awesome. Now, obviously, the narcotic effects would have been removed from it, but it's twice as strong as steel. Listen to this. Twice as strong as steel. It doesn't rust. I think it's got quarter the weight. And if you hit it with a sledgehammer, it will pop back out without any damage. Yeah. It was absolutely awesome. But he wouldn't be allowed to do it. They put up a kind of excuse that they would start smoking. Yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah. But it can be taken out. And they put up that excuse. But we kind of all know it would have absolutely destroyed the steel industry, which happened anyway, due to imports. It's just a pity. They did make an exception for hemp growing during the Second World War because they needed anchor ropes. They couldn't use steel. They couldn't waste it. So they used pretty large ropes, and they made that from hemp. But it's an awesome thing to make your car from. No rust. Oh yeah, it was. But the steel industry was pretty important. But, each kind of job description will eventually go by the wayside. Like a big thing, and it was the same in Britain, let's say, during maybe the 1800s, was the loom manufacturing business. They would hire people, to make cotton clothes and clothing and stuff. And then, let's say, mechanization came in, and that was the end of them. And it was a big, some industries, you've got to move on to the next. And that was the time to, let's say, we'd still be needing steel, but not just in cars. It would have been safer, it would have been better. There would have been a problem, I suppose, with the growing, now that I think of it, with the amount of cars we have today. But still, for a limited number, it would have been pretty awesome, I think. Unbelievable. These guys, Joe, really thought outside the box, didn't they? I really liked them for that, Now they've got a formula, and they don't care if they find a better formula. This one is making them money, and it's kind of playing into the system of how we consume things. It's much different now. Let's say the biggest guy with electricity who did a genius, a lot of experimenting, but quite a mad genius, would have been Nikolai Tesla. You might have seen it in the Fallout series, the books. but he was quite mad. He is a Faraday, yeah, with a Faraday cage. I remember him. Our Henry Pasteur, another great. And of course the Curies. So many. Yeah, I remember the Faraday cage. Basically just a copper cage. But I would recommend you read a biography on Nikolai Tesla. But then again, I think genius and madness kind of go a little bit hand in hand. But he was quite crazy. Apparently. Faraday. That was the Faraday cage thing. You remember, did you ever see that movie, Enemy of the State, with Will Smith and Gina Hackman? Awesome movie. Totally love Gina Hackman. Massive actor. But you remember that cage he had inside? Where he had that cage everywhere? That was basically the same system to stop signals coming in the Faraday cage. Yeah, good movie. Well, I don't think it's gone to that stage yet, to be honest, that the movie portrayed, but it wouldn't take much to push it to that. If we continue down the path we're going, yeah, we'll eventually get there. Yes, it is. I think they used copper, wasn't it, in the beginning? Mad Bat. I'm not sure if it works with other material. I just remember it from history. Yeah. Oh yeah, history, as I said, fascinating. Yes, to shield electronics now. I think there's something out there that is more powerful than electrons. Possibly, yeah, possibly. There's a lot we don't know about the universe, Jules. Let's say in the last 50 years alone, we have discovered so much. But remember what science is. Science is constantly evolving. If science didn't evolve, we would still be stuck back in the Middle Ages. We would think the Earth was so flat. But it's constantly evolving. So science is our best guess. And that's basically what it is. And accepted. What we consider to be fact until we get more information on it. So yeah, there's still a lot of things that need to be proven. A few things here and there. But it's our best guess. And basically that's the best we can do. Until we find, more proof. It is. And I think it's a good trait, especially if that exploring and that is pushed towards the greater good, for all mankind, instead of, let's say, well, I don't really mind it either, self-enrichment to a certain point, but as long as it's for the better. Yeah, I think it's totally good. Time to go back to the drawing board. I don't know how I feel about genetically modified food, to be honest. I do know, let's say, they can do stuff where you could grow it in areas you couldn't before, and I think that's good. But the really, really long-term effects, I think, are still a bit clouded. But I suppose for now, if things get bad, you know, it's the best we can do. One small step for man, one giant leap for mankind. Armstrong, wasn't it? Neil. I'm still working on what kind of build I want to make. Oh, nice. On Fallout 4. Nice, Shelter. Yeah, I think... Yeah, genetic modified messing. Kind of. But I can understand where they're going with this. At the same time, Jules, there's a lot of drought-stricken countries, you know. So, you take a little chance with the GM food, or you starve to that. I can understand that. As long as they're working towards, you know, I can see it as a stopgap until they come up with something better. In my opinion, let's say, if there is a food shortage, and people are literally dying in droves, it is totally the lesser of two evils. Oh, well, we're kind of talking about GM food, Sholto. Oh, I didn't really know that. They would be kind of sterile, wouldn't they? I can see how that could be used as a tool of power as well. Yeah. Yeah. Okay, so we should get back to the build. No problem. This guy has a lot to teach. Yeah, GM food. I've read up a little bit about it. But that was a long time ago, when it was kind of new. I suppose they've made a lot of advances in it by now. That I would believe, but there's a lot of food that's been tampered with. And we don't even realize, and they don't even have to say, you know, that it has been. But I think they kind of modified that a bit so it doesn't spoil as quickly, isn't it? If I can remember it. Yeah, a lot smaller, yeah. I think they have a longer shelf life as well. I was in with March against Monsanto movement before. Oh, they got strange. Even the wheat here isn't the same when we grew up. Yeah, that was the one that they really started on first, wasn't it? The modified wheat. I think here in the EU, they're kind of, you know, not so much into the GM stuff as far as I know. But eventually, guys, I think it will come to the stage where we'll have no choice. You know, whether we like it or not. They have been experimenting with a meat substitute as well for burgers and stuff, which would taste the same and be a lot healthier. That, I can see huge benefits for that. You know, if it tastes the same, I have no problem with it. You know, we don't need as many cows and there's less gases going into the atmosphere. But, you know, it's hard to know if that will ever come to fruition in forever. Yeah, never been really into corn. It's not a thing here. All I say is they better not mess with my potatoes. I think they're pretty robust. But I think the history of those was it Sir Francis Drake? Oh, that's the common story. When they went to the New World, the US, I think the local tribes would have grown that. They brought that back. Yeah, I think it was the British who brought that from the New World back to Europe. If you can remember my history. I tried cultivating, really. Pepper. It grew okay. Oh, it tasted weird. Ah, joke. Oh, probably. Yeah, yeah. Well, the only thing that really threatens the potato crops, as far as I know from my history, would be too much rain. Mm. You know, damp, cold conditions. But out from that, they're pretty tough. You'll go leprechaun on them. Cool. After pineapples. Yeah, I think I've heard it. No, never into hot food, but, you know, I've had an ulcer for a long time, so that would rule me out, let's say, from spicy or hot foods. But I never developed a taste for hot foods or spicy foods. You know, even as a kid. Again, I suppose it's, you know, what you're exposed to as a kid. You know, probably. You know, that would mean a lot. But I did drink tea up till I was about 12. But never really liked it that much, to be honest. But I haven't drank tea since I was 12. But if they had to make meat and potatoes, all we gotta do is grab a bunch of skewers and grill them, yeah. Here from down south and Mexico and South America, so we have, yeah, very spicy food. It's not, I know it's not really in our culture, but there's a lot of people here that like spicy foods. But again, you know, could never develop a taste. And now, even if I wanted to, I couldn't with my ulcer, you know. Possibly. I don't think anyone was invaded by them. And center on this one. I know it's taking forever, but we literally have no choice. You know, if we want to get this done. I can't think of any other way to, you know, fill up the section reasonably. But something like that. Oh, I know, there's a lot of them. Fair, because spicy food is totally... Yeah, an acquired taste. Yeah. But, you know, I suppose if it was, you know, the kind of culture around and you were exposed to it at an early age, But still a lot of people, let's say, will be into really spicy food here. Not so much the older generations. The younger generations, yeah, totally. But as I said, even if I, you know, wanted to, keep trying that till I got used to it, I couldn't with my ulcer. It would kill me. Mm. It's hot, yeah, some of it. Apparently you can get the milder stuff as well. No problem, Sholto. No problem. Yeah, I can't do Chinese food or Indian food or, you know, even some of the Greek stuff. Too spicy. But even, let's say, if I overdo salt, I get some really, really bad pain. Oh, at long last. How many of these have we to actually put in? Well, we've definitely put in some time. I'll give it that. Hey man, your voice, calm and composed, I respect. Oh, well, thank you, Jules. You're right by Chinatown. Cool. The food there can get pretty sketchy. Ah, we have that problem here sometimes as well. Yeah. But I've said it before, you probably heard me say it, we've got the worst takeaways in Europe here. You're literally taking your life into your hands when you go to them. I sometimes wonder if the health inspectors are a real thing or just like the leprechauns. Some kind of legend. From the 20 times I've taken a chance of eating, well, I'm not being fair. I can only really talk about my time. I think I've got food poisoning 3 or 4 times out of 20. They really haven't got a clue. The restaurants are pretty decent, but the takeaways? They only open up at night to con people coming from bars and nightclubs too drunk to know the difference. But absolute slop. Undercooked slop. A lot better. Cool. Yeah. Oh, they're well capable of doing it, Jules. But you got these kind of con artists. The laws are too laxed. They'll open up, a takeaway near a lot of bars and nightclubs. And the poor idiots coming out who are well gassed up on alcohol will just wolf down anything. But I wouldn't be surprised if there's a little bit of bribing going on in the local councils. These guys should have been shut down years ago. I don't know, if we could get some good blogger in, people that would do reviews and some attention. But literally, I did have to take a chance again about 2 months ago. And I gave about $30 for some food. And when I brought it home, I had to literally throw it all in the bin. It was raw. and it was horrible. It was uneatable. Mm. So that's me again for another 2 or 3 years. I was hoping they got some new guys in to run it, so I was hoping that those guys knew what they were doing. But different staff, same system, waste of time. Put themselves out with the reviews. Yeah, but the restaurants are okay. But I was ever telling you the story about the local hotel here in town? Was I ever telling you that story, Jules? So you know what you're up against here with spicy food. That is kind of a horror story. That's only by chance we found out. I got food poisoning a lot. Probably storage, mad bat. Yeah. Probably the storage, especially with meat. You gotta be really careful. I'm done school, I wanna get back to community, and it seems like yours. Definitely. But they're well capable of doing it. It's just that they don't want to. A combination of greed and laziness. There's some really good chefs and some really good restaurants here. People who like to keep their reputation. Then there's people that shouldn't be doing food. But they're just in it to make a quick buck and get out quickly. After they're shut down. Yeah, but these guys are just con men. This is their new, this is their new game. Let's say if they get shut down by the health inspector, they'll get one of their cousins in, sign it over to him, and then work as staff. He gets shut down, they get another cousin in, and the list goes on. They need to tighten the laws here, Jules. That if an establishment, let's say, no matter who owns it, if it has so many strikes against it, it cannot work as that kind of establishment again. And there should be a thing about the next owner not being related to the previous. That would stop it. Ireland, then Scotland. Cool. Yeah, that's possible as well. But I can see how it could kind of attract kind of shady owners. That's always a big thing here. Really? Not so much here. No, really, the takeaways here are a front for crooks, different kinds of crooks. Crimes against food. Downtown. Oh. But a nephew of mine, let's say there's a local takeaway, and these guys have been running it the family have been running it for probably 40 years. But my nephew used to go to school with one of the family, a female, and she was pretty nasty, pretty toxic. But fast forward 10 or 15 years anyway, when he went into the restaurant to get some food, and she was serving. She obviously recognized him, so he ordered a pizza. But when he brought it home, he found coins were actually baked into the pizza. Yeah, coins. It does, or at least it should, Jules. Oh, hi, Saul. Hi, how are you? Hope you've been well. How have you been keeping? How have you been? Bad food, yeah. Coins. So, apparently he didn't learn his lesson. So, fast forward about 6 months later, the same thing. He ordered a pizza. But this time when he brought it home, when he opened it up, there was hair on the pizza. And it wasn't sprinkled, it was baked. You know, half of the hair would have been submerged in the pizza. And this was body hair. This was pubic hair. I think that was enough to scare him. But there's no way that was an accident, you know? Yeah, they baked their pubes. Now, personally myself, I'd get that place shut down. And if the authorities wouldn't listen to me, I would camp in a tent outside with a sign. No one would have gotten away with that. That's actually a crime here to mess with someone's food. But I think the moral of the story is don't mess with people who serve you your food. It's not a good idea. Never complain about food and ask for some more. If you've got a problem with the food, dump it in the bin, just never go back. You don't want to be falling out with the people who serve your food. Yeah, about 3 to 4,000, yeah. Watch Waiting with Ryan Reynolds. Oh, I've never seen that one. I like Ryan, yeah. Waiting. That's the name of the movie. I'll check it out as soon as I stop streaming. Ah, that's given me something to watch today. Thanks for that, Joe. I was looking for a decent movie. But the way our conversation was going in the name of that movie, I can kind of guess what it's about. Sounds funny. I'm almost sure I haven't seen that. And we get this guy in. But I think we put our time in on this, haven't we? We didn't exactly rush it. Yeah. Didn't expect it to take so long, but one never does. That's why I couldn't accurately say, let's say, how long it would take to do something. You never know. Depends on the problems. So, what have you been up to today, Saul? Are you on your way to work, or just hanging out? I think you're usually on your way to work at this time. Not bad. Okay. Just a few more. It would be nice to get to a new settlement. We'll have to think up some other team, but I won't be using this stuff. We'll try something different. My god, it's endless. We get these guys. Absolutely endless. Oh, what time is it? Yeah, I'll try and get by 6 hours, guys. Got another just over half an hour. Well, we'll get a good bit done. Isn't it surprising how long it takes when you're doing these little things? I'm going to head my friend. I'm going to watch Waiting. Cool. I would like you to give me some feedback. If you like, at Julian. Here, let me write that down. Or I could DM you. Yeah, I could DM you on your tag. Yeah, that would be just as easy, wouldn't it? Yeah, I could DM you on your Twitch account. Probably easier for me. Jules the 89. Julesd89. That would do. Yep. That would be. I'm much more used to doing that. And that would be easier for me. Yeah. If I can find it, I'll watch it. And yeah, I'll give you some feedback. There is a small possibility I might have seen it before. You know, I've watched thousands of movies. That one might have slipped my mind, but I'm totally up for watching it again. If I have watched it, it's probably a long time ago. Excellent. Court. Oh, hi, Court. My next segment I'm working on is... Oh, nice. Commonwealth Medical Center. Oh, I did one, Court. Did I ever show you the medical center at County Crossing? Okay, take care, my friend. And you too, Jules. And thanks again for hanging out and stopping by. Totally enjoyed the conversation. Hope you have a good one. Stay safe, Jules. Bye. Yeah, I did one, Court. If you'd like to see it, give me a shout and I'll show it to you. I haven't showed that one in a long, long time. It's actually my longest build. It's the longest time I've ever spent on any settlement. I did it at County Crossing. Oh, you've seen the YouTube video on it. Ah, cool. Nice. Yeah, I did manage to upload that one. Yeah, I did manage to upload that one. It's kind of an unstable cell, isn't it? That's right, I forgot I have that one uploaded. There's still 4 settlements I didn't get around to uploading yet. I've been pretty lazy. It's always something that kind of takes me away from doing it. There we go. Now, Let me get my head down here and we see if we can get this one. Excuse me. But we gotta do it. Oh my god, oh my god. What's here? Oh, this is done. Hang on, this is done. Okay, yeah. Right, let's go for it. Not as much as I initially thought. Yeah, I haven't showed it much in the tours I do here on Twitch. That was my longest ever build court. Complicated. It will probably... This will probably be done in half the time that was. But it seems to me, let's say not so, because I did that day after day without stopping, so it seems quicker, but hours, no, it took much longer. Yeah, it's a little finicky sometimes. But if you use the singular pieces, let's say, and not the larger pieces, you can get a little bit more design in. Always something with these, isn't there? There. If I could have a system where, you know, I could size these and push them at a certain level. But with this mod for console, at least, this is the only way I can get them in accurately. Okay, when that last one is done, we're pretty much done. And it's just that one on the piece we have. Still a good bit, guys. What I'll do with this, when I stop streaming, when I get a rest later today, I'll keep at this and do as much as I can to finish it. I really didn't expect it to take this much time. But then we're doing both sides here, you know. It's not bad. There. So, let's say from here, this is finished. I got a door on that quickly. I suppose now is the time. I'd like the door to open outwards, probably. I think I have been using these. Well, we don't have much of a choice, really. No, it will open in. Here, let me try that one. I'm kinda good with that, I think. Yeah, I know it's... I want the hinges on the other side, so... Yeah, opening in would work, I'd say. Just woke up. Ah, cool. We'll slip it over the other side. Not sure if it will snap. But I've come up with another harebrained scheme for this one, so we're finishing off the edges with an iron route, and then we'll be done. Finish the bedrooms and such. That looks good, doesn't it? Yeah. Perfect. I need the hinges on the inside. Okay, so... God, there's a lot of plants. We need another one here. We don't have much longer to go. Another 25 minutes. I like to always try and push it to get 6 hours. Although I only advertise for 4, I still always try and push for 6. I think that's the average streaming time, isn't it, on Twitch? 4 hours. There we go. Perfect. So, basically all we've got to do is here and this long stretch. And then we're out of it. Well, not much on the long stretch. Oh, hang on. We don't even have to do this. Cool. This is it. We just got to do these 2 sides. Oh, beautiful. Beautiful. I thought I had much more to do. Okay. It just seems like they're endless. Right, let's get these last 7 done. And that section is pretty done. Even if we have to do the other ones up along, it's much smaller and there's just one. Instead of doing both sides. Should go quick enough. And we don't have much time left here anyway. But I should have it finished by the next time I'm back, and then we'll get the settlers in and we'll move out to another settlement. Alright, even if I have time, I'll try and get the settlers in. It can be funny sometimes. You know, you can assign 20 settlers in. If you get lucky. Let's say, tops an hour. But if it starts to go wrong, it can take several hours. You're gonna basically, once you get them assigned and working properly, which can be dodgy, you know, maybe every 1 or 2 settlers, you know, save it. I'm not sure how high up this pyramid will actually work, but I'm going to find out shortly. Each settlement seems to be a little different, but it's usually after 3 stories you start to get problems. But either way, we made a big dent on this. On the decorating side of it, at least. Okay, what, 4 more? So we literally spent the entire stream doing this. Not surprised. Come on now. Last one. There, we got it. So, we have all the plants indoors, so we're totally finished. No walkways, thank goodness. I think we've literally got everything. Now I need to scrap the silly bed. Where is it? And any beds lying around. So I'll see. There should be only 16 original. And the rest are all scattered all over the place. So I'll have to find and scrap those. I'll know how many in a moment. Go back into boom mode. Taking a while, isn't it? So we've got, what, 25 beds, so 9. There's 9 beds. There's 1 here and 2 downstairs, I think. Okay, there's 1. There's another one here floating in the air. There it is. There's another one. There's another one. There's another one. Yeah. Oh, there's a few, alright. So what are we short now? 21.5. There's 2 downstairs, so there's still 3 missing after that. This I'll probably have to put in some kind of balcony. Temporary one while I'm doing this. But once this one is done, I wonder could I push it? Well, I might be able to do it from the outside. I won't know till the moment. See, did we leave any out here? I doubt it. Nope. There's one bed there. The other one is right up here, I think. Yep. So, what's that? 24, so 3 more with this. God knows where I have those. I still have a tiny bit of time, another 15 minutes or so. So I'll see if I can get this system in. As we go up, it'll get much easier. It's a lot smaller. I think that's the only major walkway we have on the inside. In my own time as well, I'll have a look at something for these. Nice. So, I'll save here. And I'll build something and get up here and see if we can put the plants actually on the inside. If the railings allow it. If not, we'll have to do it from the far side, which would be easier. Oh. Might have to, and there you go. Let's have a look. This is just a temporary guy. We'll see if we can jump up from here. Okay. Let's see if we can work this one. we can just put it on the outside. Yeah, I think we get away with it. So we have 3 there, 6 and 6 on each. Yeah. It's going to be a bit of a process, isn't it? Hmm. Ah, my alarm. And one more. So, same the other side, and that's one entire side filled. Unbelievable. You want a lot of patience for this. It's kind of painful doing this. I won't lie. But it gets me to look, I want. About a few hours of this is probably enough to drive a normal person insane. I would say. Let's say, obviously with the help of maybe better tools doing this, I'd imagine the building of a game is not much different. So, yeah, they put a lot of work into it. Okay. on that one. And this is not bad compared to some of them. The most repetitive one, let's say, doing the flowers, would have been, what was the name of that one with the robots? Grey Garden. Ooh. That was, probably the most repetitive one. Even this is not too bad, it's just having to do them all together. Usually I do a small section, we'd move to something else, and then we get back and we'd break it up a bit. But because I decided on the last moment to do this, when everything else was done, so we're pretty much stuck with this. But we'll soon be finished here for this one. And I can get the rest, I would say, later. Yeah, that's literally one corner. I'd say here, and it would be the same here and the same there. Quarter way through the entire thing. So, you know, it only takes, what, 6:24 to do the entire thing. Which is way better than, oh my god, what we had to do here. Okay. Okay, I'll have to move these. We only got another 5 minutes or so anyway. Okay. I think it will make a big difference. Now, so with those 6, half of it is done. You got time to get in just a few more of these. I see. Can't believe I lasted an entire stream on this. Usually it drives me nuts. Kinda hard on the eyes also. Nice. This is the last one in this corner, so yeah. We're almost at our time. Should have time for this one. There. Alright, I'm kinda happy with that. I'll try and get the rest out later. We've made a big dent. I didn't really expect to even do this, but I think, now that it's in, we did need this. It looked a bit empty without it. So we got plenty of plants. Tons of plants. Oh, well, thank you, Mad Bad. I'm gonna save this, guys. I've done my 6 hours. That's always my ultimate goal, to try and push myself for 6 hours. I'm surprised I lasted as long. Usually that really, I know it doesn't seem like it, but it's kind of tiring. It's kind of hard on the eyes. So I'll save it here. And we'll do a raid. Some of our friends should be streaming, hopefully. We'll be back tomorrow at the same time. But I intend to do a little bit of this later today. I always do it when I kind of get bored. Can't seem to stop. So I will say my farewells and we'll go straight to a raid. And if you guys are not too tired, you might consider joining for just a little while. So, goodbye, Mad Bat, and thanks for hanging out. Appreciate it. Enjoyed our chat. Hope you have a good one. Your time zone is Australia, so it's day. Hope you have a good day, and I hope you stay safe. Goodbye, Mad Bat. Take care. Also to you, so take care and stay safe, and thanks for stopping by. And of course, Cord. Have a good day also, Cord. Also, Jules. Take care, Jules. And thanks again for hanging out. And you too, Cord. Goodbye, Croc. See you tomorrow. See you tomorrow, Cord. And stay safe. Also, Jill, Hufflepuff, Lady Grey, Perry, if you're watching. Jill, Hufflepuff, Lady Grey, Perry, and Tigger. Yeah, take care, ladies. And of course, Terry. Have a good one, Terry. That's from my memory, so let's see. I think Blue Phoenix was on as well, so take care, Phoenix. Thanks for hanging out, and of course, Suburban Werewolf. Thanks for hanging out. Sholto. Yeah, take care, Sholto. And Gamer was on as well. XL Gamer. I keep calling him, I call him Golem, but that was his old tag from Mixer. I'm always stuck on old tags. Yeah, that's it. The Gamer XL. Thanks for stopping by. And that's it. Oh, Laura Jane was on as well. So it's day for Laura as well. Have a great day, Laura, and stay safe. I think that's everyone, guys, isn't it? I know I always forget one or two and remember it later. I have no system to, it's a pity. I wonder is there an app for doing that? We can keep track of everyone who chatted. The message board only lasts so long. But my apologies to anyone I've missed and to everyone who was watching. Thanks for hanging out, guys. I appreciate the support. Yep, as I said, I will be back tomorrow at the same time. I'm looking forward to that. I'll be questing in Skyrim. After a little grinding on it, of course. That's what you call me. Croc, the grind. So, yeah, let's see who's streaming. And as usual, I'll stay on here as long as I can. Now, just takes me a little longer than usual to do a raid because they've changed stuff around and I've got to go into my account to see who's streaming properly. So, won't be a moment. Okay, I think I've found someone. We haven't raided him before and he was on a little earlier. So I think I'll take this opportunity to raid. I don't think our times are really compatible, so now is a good chance to do this raid. And yeah, let's go and do this raid.